Bentrovati, un caloroso benvenuto ai presenti, che sono pochi, sappiamo per motivi di sicurezza, ma molto qualificati. In buona parte sono i relatori che ci accompagneranno.
Welcome everyone. Today.
Si collegano adesso o si ricollegano dopo
It's a
aversi
great welcome to those who are connected today
dalle più varie parti del mondo.
from the various parts of the world.
Per esempio dal Brasile, ma anche
All of them
dall'Europa, dall'Asia, dall'Africa.
also from Europe.
Abbiamo avuto degli echi molto interessanti con osservazioni, domande che in parte siamo riusciti a trasmettere alla sala, ma che ci inventeremo il modo anche di prendere in considerazione o nella giornata di oggi oppure anche successivamente, magari anche con risposte personalizzate. Ricordo che gli interventi che sono stati offerti nella giornata di ieri saranno disponibili in giornata per essere rivisti per chi non avesse potuto seguire tutte le sezioni. Ricordo anche che ieri in questo convegno, oltre il Novecento, CHIARA LUBICH in dialogo con il mondo, ha ricevuto un riconoscimento molto importante. La medaglia del Presidente della Repubblica ci ha onorato di offrire questo segno molto importante che testimonia anche la stima e la vicinanza che per la prima volta il Presidente Mattarella ha espresso nei confronti della figura di Chiara e del movimento. Ricordo anche che potete seguire questo convegno in varie lingue secondo le traduzioni. Per questo anche lo dico prima di tutto per me, che so di aver causato qualche problema ieri per la velocità con la quale mi esprimo e quindi l'impegno, e chiedo scusa ai traduttori, ma lo ricordo anche ai relatori che c'è la traduzione in inglese, spagnolo, portoghese e italiano per chi dei relatori
and
si
into
esprime in un'altra
Italian
lingua
when
e che
other
quindi
languages are
dobbiamo
spoken.
parlare lentamente.
So we have to speak
Ecco, la
slow.
giornata di oggi
So today's
è
meeting
articolata
is
secondo
articulated
sezioni come
according
ieri.
to
Ieri abbiamo
sections like
seguito,
yesterday.
diciamo,
Yesterday we
l'intreccio della
followed
vicenda storica di
the
pensiero di Chiara
historical events
con la
thought of
storia del
Chiara along
Novecento
with
e
the
la
history of the
letteratura.
20th century in
Oggi
literature.
saremo accompagnati alla
Today
scoperta
we'll be
della
accompanied
dimensione
to discover
sociopolitica
the
in mattinata
socio-political
e nel dialogo con
dimension in the
varie
morning and
personalità
in dialogue with different
importanti del
personalities
Novecento, alcune forse
of the 20th
inaspettate,
century. Some
con
of them
le
unexpected,
quali forse
maybe.
Chiara non ha avuto un contatto
So
diretto,
maybe
ma
Chiara did not have a
sicuramente
direct
l'humus
contact,
della
but
cultura e della storia
certainly the
che
humus of the
respiriamo ha
culture of
nutrito allo
history
stesso modo queste
nourished in the same
persone
way these
e quindi hanno
people.
portato a sì, un intreccio
So that
interessante e una
brought to
condivisione di
an
sentieri
interesting
della vita.
sharing.
Iniziamo la mattinata
Let's
con
begin
un
the morning
intervento
with
video.
a video
Il relatore
intervention.
infatti si trova
The
oltreoceano e
speaker
quindi anche per
is
questioni di fuso orario non può essere
on
presente in
the
diretta,
other side
anche
of
se
the
lo
ocean,
avrebbe
so he
molto
cannot be
desiderato,
here
così
live, even if
è
you would
stato
have
detto.
liked it
Si
a lot.
tratta di Miguel Ángel
Miguel
Moratinos,
Ángel
è un
Moratinos
diplomatico
is
politico
a
spagnolo,
diplomat,
già ministro degli affari esteri e della
Minister of Foreign
cooperazione
Affairs and
durante il governo
Cooperation
Zapatero,
during the
esperto delle
Zapatero
questioni del
government,
Medio
experts
Oriente,
on the
e in questo campo ha ricoperto diversi incarichi.
uh,
Attualmente, dal 7 gennaio del
of Foreign Affairs, and
2019, è
after
l'alto
January
rappresentante
2019,
delle
he's the High
Nazioni Unite
Representative of the
per
United Nations
l'Alleanza delle Civiltà.
for the Alliance of
Seguirà una
Civilizations.
sezione che
Then
poi
there will be
introdurremo.
a
Ricordo
section,
che per
another section
eventuali
that will introduce afterwards,
domande,
and for possible questions
contributi,
and other
osservazioni,
contributions, remarks,
potete
etc.,
mandare un
you can
messaggio o fare
send
una
a
domanda
message
utilizzando
or a
questo
question
numero
by
di
using
telefono
this
cellulare.
telephone
Per
number,
chi è
mobile
all'estero
number, for those who are
39,
abroad,
per chi è in Italia 380
380
654
654
1677.
1677.
Buona giornata. Allora iniziamo con i
And if
lavori.
you're abroad, 0039. Okay, we can begin our work now.
Sean mis primeras palabras para expresar mi alegría, como siempre señalaba Chiara Lubich en sus intervenciones internacionales.
First of all, my personal my joy as Chiara Lubich several times, and so today, more than ever, the ethical, moral, spiritual heritage of this woman from Trent must be remembered and widespread to the international community. I think in particular, I congratulate the CHIARA LUBICH CENTRE and those who organized this meeting. And I cannot forget about my friend and companion, the Italian ambassador Pasquale Ferrara, who is today representative of Italy in Algeria. I think that the meeting that make us meet in Rome deserves some kind of support and dissemination. Imagine that if Chiara Lubich were here with us today, she would have chosen to celebrate it physically, not through the IT mechanism that even if they facilitate my participation in a way, they prevent me from sharing face-to-face my commentaries with all of you. The emotions, the gestures, the expressions are not the same when we are together without barriers, without social distance, when presence and complicity can be carried out with affection and humanity. So this will be the first surprise that Chiara Lubich would feel if she was with us. Her presence would lead her to take a series of, draw a series of contradictory conclusions about the reality. But I'm sure that she would help us to find some solutions for along the way that many years ago Brockart found the Focolare movement, whose final goal is the unity, difference, and universal brotherhood. So, what are my opinions? Her conclusions would be these, in my opinion. First, will be positive to verify with satisfaction that one of her most widespread concepts, that is the brotherhood, has achieved in the last few years a high degree of political international recognition. Brotherhood defended by Pope Francis and by the great Imam of Al-Azhar, Ahmed Tayeb, expressed in the document subscribed by both personalities some years ago in Abu Dhabi, could be introduced with all legitimacy in the international political agenda. And only 2 weeks ago, the United Nations, under the urge of the United Nations Alliance of Civilization, celebrated with the approval of the resolution of the General Assembly, the International Day of Fraternity, of Brotherhood. Father Francis said in his message of this commemoration that brotherhood is a new frontier of humanity. Yes, CHIARA LUBICH, your fight to defend and implement fraternity paved the way. And we can say that fraternity is not a concept, an attitude, or a secondary term that occupies a third place after freedom and equality, but it is a new frontier, the catalyzer for which the great concepts such as freedom and equality can fully develop in a sustainable way. So, first conclusion would be positive. The heritage is accomplished. Things are going well. However, I'm sure that CHIARA LUBICH would stop and reflect in seeing the multiple contradictions that can be seen today in the international scenario. COVID-19 has brutally revealed the satisfactory appearances of technological progress in our society. Declarative solidarity at the beginning of the pandemic, we shifted to an active lack of solidarity, and every man for himself cry, and no moral competition without principles and values. We responded to a global crisis in a unilateral and fragmented way, selfish and nationalist, without thinking and recognizing that human beings should be the center of this crisis. And there are several that CHIARA LUBICH would have denounced immediately. The first is a social fracture, is exacerbated by differences and discrimination. Marginalizations, exclusion, hatred have increased exponentially during this year of crisis. We watch paralyzed by the expansion of hatred, the demonization of the other. The hate speech is exercised not only by sectors of the population who encourage the extermination and expulsion of others, but by political representatives who defend a supposed neo-Nazi fascist populist hegemony that excludes anyone who do not belong to the race, ethnic, culture, gender, or religion. And there is a ghettoization, separation. These people say, let us separate from evil, from the enemies, from those who are different, those who are not like us. And the Western democracy applauses and defends in many cases the right to freedom of a radical expression without considering the other great right of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that expresses in its Article 18 the freedom of religion, belief, and the right to exercise freely one's own religious confession. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and Christianophobia are arising with the strength when we were in the last few years closer to create a multicultural and multi-religious world, respectful of all religions and civilizations. The second conclusion that CHIARA LUBICH would immediately draw is that the obsession to establish a simplistic hypothesis does not work in a world where complexity is an absolute reality. To get out of this global crisis, it is not enough to have sectarian focus or specialized focus. It is not enough to respond to the healthcare challenge or to the financial economic challenge or religious and cultural dimension. But only if we face all these aspects in an interactive and multi-sectorial way, we can solve the complex problems of our daily life. The complexity should not paralyze us, as the French sociologist Edgar Morin says. Complexity forces us to develop a complex thinking and integrate all the variables of our rich reality and resolve them in a different way. We need to regenerate our thought, because everything that is not regenerated degenerates. That is, new methodology is necessary to get closer to the social and human problems. Let us search for a new way, as the French politologist says in his last book. But what CHIARA LUBICH would denounce with more emphasis is the salvation, the survival of Homo sapiens. Have to launch an SOS in favor of Homo sapiens. A cry of alarm and desperation and despair similar to what is described by the painter Edvard Munch. It is urgent. Let's save human beings for humankind. In the last few years, we have been participating and are first, and we have to be committed in this goal of saving the planet. This is necessary because everything has been plundered during the last few centuries. We need a new pact, an agreement between humanity and nature. But beyond saving the planet, what is jeopardized today is humanity, it is sapiens. Let us imagine that we can save the planet, we can live in a green and blue planet as we all would like, and fight and gain and the challenge of the climate change. After we have succeeded in this, how can we cohabit with each other? How can we respect each other? How can we eventually destroy violence and war? In what society are we going to live? This would be priority number one. Not only the Israeli politologist Nuova who announced that the disappearance of
día más patente de nuevas amenazas para el ser humano. Entre ellas,
evident of new threats to human beings. One, according to North American economist Sophia, the capitalism of vigilance. We have to face today a totalitarianism of vigilance that replaced the traditional totalitarianism of power of the beginning of the 20th century that was denounced by George Orwell in his novel 1984. Today, market industrial production does not only plunder natural resources, products, food, etc., but the goal of this market are human beings themselves. We are the new objects of this depredation. They copt us, manipulate us, they reconfigure us without our consent. They use us in their big apparatus of big data to get a surplus of good behavior and your existence in an alienating way and without the possibility to react. Many analysts say that in the 21st century, especially after COVID-19, the world will be digital or it will not be. So if they can achieve these, they would dehumanize all our existence. The great danger is that this capitalism of vigilance was converted into the new utopia of the 21st century, where we want to put the final stop to this uncertainty. Technology would give us and guarantee all the needs. And on the contrary, freedom, our awareness, the creativity, the religious faith, ethical values, as human beings will disappear. Amazon, Google, all of these will know, will decide, take decisions. And there is no theory in this new utopia. There is no political philosophical elaboration. There is only a market-based economies. The private sector that will determine knowledge, will decide who will decide without any democratic control.
No tendremos ningún margen de
We
rebeldía, de
shall have any
expresión, de
margin for
duda, de
rebellion,
crítica, de
expression, doubts,
creatividad, de fe,
critics,
de creencia.
creativity, faith,
Será un
belief.
mundo plano,
It will be a flat
es
world
verdad, sin miedo,
without fear,
pero todo sin
but
alegría,
also without
sin
joy,
fraternidad,
without
sin solidaridad.
brotherhood, without
Este es el
solidarity.
mundo que empieza a
It's the world
percibirse
that
hoy,
begins to be
al que
perceived
tenemos que
today,
dar
and we have
respuesta
to
urgente.
give an urgent
¿Qué hacer?
answer to this.
Se preguntaría CHIARA LUBICH. Es la pregunta que
What
nos
should we do? CHIARA LUBICH would ask herself. This is the question we too ask ourselves at the Alliance of Civilizations at the United Nations. This is our main mandate, and especially in the conceptual note which was sent by the organizers of this event, we indicate that CHIARA LUBICH has preferred to speak more of a civilization of alliances rather than an alliance of civilizations. You will, I hope, allow me to defend the concept of alliance of civilization in my case. A lot has been written conceptually, philosophically, and etymologically on this definition. Our position is clear. We know that the dialogue of civilizations and cultures is necessary as a conditio sine qua non in order to set up a knowledge towards others. But this is not enough. We need to increase our step in terms of quality. We need to evoke ourselves. We need to collectively engage to reach our final objective, which is that of creating one single humanity. A single humanity with a multiplicity of cultures, religions, and civilizations, as our logo says, each one of which has managed within the course of the history of humanity to enrich all human beings together. Nobody is superior to other. None is superior to the other ones. They are all valid until we see respect and openness on everyone's behalf. Today, as CHIARA LUBICH defends, we live in a human unity, and she quotes Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, or Jesus Christ himself in order to strengthen this concept. COVID-19 has proved unequivocally that we live in a single humanity and that the virus, the crisis, has had an impact on all of us and in all corners of the world. Tribes, nations, regions have reacted in their own way at this challenge, but at the same time, what emerged is a new international subject, a single humanity, which rebels in different parts of the world in order to ask for a better world. How will we shape this new actor of the 20th century? The best way is that of endowing it with values and universal principles, giving it the legitimacy it needs in order to vindicate its rights. Therefore, the first preventive action will be education, i.e. endowing it with a global ethical framework where the citizens of the planet are able to identify themselves with universal values and principles. We need to give to sapiens of the 21st century an ethical dimension. Society in general, and Western society in particular, must accept that spirituality is back. If the 20th century was the century of secularism, when Nietzsche said God is dead, today every government needs to recognize and accept that within a legal framework there is also a portion of the population which requires and practices a spirituality which needs to be respected and safeguarded. This multi-religion and multicultural dimension is inescapable. Those who wish to practice what I would call a fundamentalist laity are wrong, and they are wrong if they want to build inclusive and pacific societies. This is why these premises must be at the top of our contemporary political agenda. It is essential today, dear friends, to set up a reform of multilateral institutions in order to incorporate these dimensions so far neglected, which are so essential in order to form societies which are more coherent and more just. in this task of reform, the United Nations began a process of adaptation to the new dimension of the 21st century. The United Nations cannot remain anchored to instruments and to contexts which were inherited from the 20th century and no longer respond to the challenges of our current century. There are many new areas, but certainly will be the cultural and religious dimension which needs to be gradually incorporated in the common home of humanity. This is why the Alliance for Civilizations has mobilized in the last 2 years in order to incorporate the socio-religious dimension as well as the cultural one, in the efforts of international mediation. Conflicts, terrorism, as CHIARA LUBICH would say, cannot be resolved simply by dealing with the political, security, or economic issues, but also religious and cultural ones must be kept in good consideration as we search for a solution. Therefore, there are various initiatives which I consider to be essential and need to be introduced in the new debate on the reform of the future multilateral architecture. The first one is in terms of jurisprudence. It is urgent and essential. International regulations of the actions of the great internet giants and social networks needs to be adopted immediately. We cannot tolerate a totalitarianism of surveillance without mobilizing the international community in order to establish coercive rules to guarantee the survival of sapiens. Secondly, in some religious confessions, as the Russian Orthodox Church, some churches have brought about the idea of creating a council of religions within the structure of the United Nations, which is similar to the Security Council or the Human Rights Council. This is a council where religious leaders of the world could contribute with resolutions and recommendations in order to reach a world of peace and fraternity. This initiative seems today a bit utopic, but it should not be considered impossible. Finally, we should adopt a positive agenda on multicultural and multi-religious issues. André Malraux said that the 20th century would have been a cultural century, or it wouldn't have been at all. In order to paraphrase him, I would say the 21st century will be multicultural, or it won't exist. Within this multiculturalism, which is taken on and defended by CHIARA LUBICH, we need to eliminate all negative definitions. In this sense, I would suggest to adopt the following list of rules in order to be able to improve our way of expressing ourselves. First of all, when faced with the concept of minority, as Pope Francis and the King of Morocco, Mohammed VI, said during the visit of the Holy Father to Rabat, we need to defend the concept of a global citizenship. There are no minorities. There are citizens which enjoy all their rights to exercise and practice their religion. In opposition to the concept of tolerance, we defend the concept of mutual respect. To tolerate is negative. We have no other choice. I hate you, but I tolerate you. Before the concept of coexistence, we defend the idea of cohabitation, not one of dealing with the other one, putting up with the other one, but saying, this is my neighbor, I have no other choice. Before this, we live together, we commit together. Fourth, when faced with the concept of dialogue, which is an essential condition, we defend alliances, movements such as the Focolare movement. This commits us and moves us. Fifth, before the obsession for security, let's defend peace. There will be no security without peace. Without peace, without a desire to understand and to commit, we cannot guarantee a peaceful and safe development. The more safety we request, the more unsafe we feel. Before hatred and refusal, fraternity and generosity. Fratelli tutti enlightens us to understand that we are all brothers in order to defend this single humanity, which is multiple and diverse. Seventh, when faced with proselytism and assimilation, we defend the conviction of ideas and beliefs, respecting the opinions and confessions of others. Eight, before excluding or assassin identities, as Amina Malouf would say, we defend, and Franco Libanese, we defend the superimposition of identities where every being can accumulate different dimensions and lives. Nine, before uniformity and exclusion, we defend diversity as a biological reality and an enriching one in our society. Lastly, before a divided world with old ideas based on hegemony and nationalism, we defend one single humanity where peace and fraternity can strengthen human beings in their desire to create a better world. This is the rule book, dear friends, and I am certain that Chiara Lubich would have accepted it and spread it around the world. Thank you, and as Fratelli Tutti says, let's get to work in order to remember and to pay homage to this great person who was Chiara Lubich. Thank you for listening.
Siamo molto, molto grati di
We are very, very grateful for this contribution by Michelangelo Moratinos, the representative of the United Nations for the Alliance of Nations, for this qualified, very concrete and exact beginning to our day. We move on, therefore, to the socio-political dimension moderated by Pasquale Ferrara. He is a professor at the Lewis University and Sophia University Institute, who is greeted by Michelangelo Moratinos as an ambassador to Algeria, which he was his post until a very, very short time ago, and he has now been appointed special envoy of the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Libya. Over to him as moderator.
Buongiorno. Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everyone. I think that what we have heard from Michelangelo Moratinos was an extraordinary introduction to this day devoted to the socio-political dimension of Chiara's message. The centenary of the birth of Chiara Lubich was in line with the pandemic. As Albert Camus writes in his novel, he says that plagues are something common. In the world, there have been plagues and wars. However, plague and war always seem to catch men and women unprepared. This pandemic we are going through is not just about not being prepared, but it is the knowledge that we are unable to articulate a common response, as Moratinos has just said, sharing in unity of intent. Let's think about the lack of face covering, the erratic closing and reopening of national frontiers, the lack of liberalization of the patents on vaccines. We have seen a sort of pandemic clamming up, immunity sovereignism, which has simply amplified the negative effects of COVID-19 on peoples. The Secretary General of the United Nations, Gutierrez, whose appeal, I repeat, for the global ceasefire at the beginning of the pandemic was unheeded. Gutierrez defined 2020 as annus horribilis, but he heralded the arrival of annus possibilitatis. I think that this possibility he mentions refers to the year we are living in, 2021, but especially to the post-COVID era. Now, if the impact of the pandemic 2020 is encouraging a reflection of the parameters on a world scale, then this crisis will have helped us to rethink, and in any case, it will leave in everyone, especially the poorest and the defenseless of this planet, but also with the so-called greats of the earth, a feeling founded and felt of an increased fragility and vulnerability, which will change, we hope, the way of perceiving and perhaps responding to these phenomena of objective cosmopolitanism, which ensure that we all share the same space. This is an unheard of proximity despite physical distancing, way beyond the geographical data of closeness or distance, not through choice, but due to a virus which in a way does rehumanize our existence against all the transhuman expectations. And it is this dimension of proximity which I believe is the ideal legacy and existential legacy of Chiara Lubich, and allows us to update her thought thanks to the potential of fruitful generative quality which it is endowed with for this 21st century. And as we have heard by Michelangelo Moratinos, the sense of social friendship emerges not only in the ethical and theological sphere, but also in the world society looking for new paradigms and new forms of relationships. Now, I believe that coming to the ideal legacy that Chiara Lubich has left us, perhaps it would not be appropriate to try to find in her writings and in her contributions a systematic view of politics or economics or social structure or institutions for that matter, or internal processes and international ones from a political point of view. I believe that Chiara, at the end of the day, never wanted to transmit to us an organic setup of politics or economics, expecting rather that the knowledge and the various spheres were able to independently develop what she defined, at least for politics, a great political currents closing in from every side, which is inspired by the spirituality of unity. This current should have come about in a movement or in a range of movements, as what happens with the economy of communion, for unity in politics, whose task is still today to develop a true philosophy, a true political science, which is theoretical and practical, a way of being in politics, a way of doing politics, of looking to the political world. There is therefore an intellectual, a speculative dimension, a way of thinking of politics, a political philosophy. This is hermeneutics. This is a way of interpreting politics, also on the base of empirical observation and experience. Finally, there is a pragmatic point of view, a way of being in politics. Clearly, Chiara did not propose final setups, configurations, or solutions, but she has indicated a method, a way of being, I would say a presence in the social and cultural sphere. In this session, we will analyze, speaking of social political aspects, first of all, the international dimension, then the economic one, and finally, the political cultural one of social discourse and civil discourse of Chiara Lubich. We will do this with three scholars. We will begin from Professor Bonomo, Vincenzo Bonomo, full professor of international law at the Pontifical University Lateranense, who he is also a rector of. He represents the Holy See at the United Nations and at the Council of Europe. He has written and published very prolifically. I will just quote a few of his publications: Human Rights in International Relations, the Jurisprudence of International Community, Principles and Rules for Global Governments, Europe and the Dignity of Man, as well as a number of articles and essays on the role of the Holy See at the United Nations. And therefore, I invite Professor Bonomo to take the floor. Thank you.
Buongiorno a tutti.
So good morning, everyone.
Grazie
Thank you
per aver potuto, attraverso questa immersione nel pensiero di Chiara Lubich,
to
ritrovare
express
alcuni spunti importanti
the thought
in
of
un
Chiara
settore
Lubich
che è quello
and
dei rapporti
important
internazionali.
subjects in the sector of international relations.
Qui devo in
Here
parte
I have
non contraddire, perché soprattutto il moderatore non va mai contraddetto,
I
ma
don't
devo
have to
aggiungere
contradict
qualcosa a
because
ciò che
the
il
moderators
moderatore ha annunciato.
must never
Sì,
be
è vero,
contradicted, but
Chiara Lubich
it is
non
true.
ha dato
Chiara
una
Lubich
dottrina o una teoria della politica,
give
una
a
teoria
theory
dell'economia,
of the doctrine theory
ma
of the economy,
leggendo a fondo
etc.
i
But
suoi
if you
testi
read very
su
well the
rapporti
text about the
internazionali, sulle
international
relazioni
relations,
internazionali, noi abbiamo una dottrina strutturata.
we have a structured
Lo
doctrine.
dico non preso da
They
l'entusiasmo del momento, quanto
just
piuttosto
taken
da
by the
una lettura
enthusiasm of the moment,
critica dei
but
testi
taken from a
stessi.
critical reading of
Cercherò
the
di
text
proporre in
themselves.
qualche
I will
modo,
try to propose,
molto
in
limitato
a way, in this
evidentemente,
limited time that I'm
perché
given,
c'è non soltanto
why
una lettura
there
delle
is
situazioni,
not
ma
only a reading of
piuttosto un
situations,
pensiero sulle
but a
situazioni che
thought
ben
on
si
situations
collega a tutta la tematica dei rapporti
is
internazionali
connected
e
to
della
the whole topic of international
scientificità di
relations and the
lettura dei
scientific
rapporti internazionali.
character of international
Dal
relations.
punto di vista accademico,
From the
credo
academic point of view,
rientriamo in quella che possiamo chiamare una dottrina delle relazioni internazionali.
enter into the doctrine of
Ma
international
innanzitutto per
relations, as we could call
alcuni
it.
motivi, io ho
First of all, for
individuato
some reasons, I identified
fondamentali.
four
I
points.
testi di Chiara Lubich
Text
sulle
by
questioni
Chiara Lubich
internazionali
about the
hanno anzitutto
international
rappresentato
issues
una chiave di lettura
have, first of all, a reading key of international
poi
relations.
sono una metodologia critica
They also
delle
have
relazioni
a
internazionali.
critical
Per chi è
methodology on
abituato a
international
leggere i
relations for those
rapporti
who use to
internazionali nel
read
profilo più direttamente
reports with
giuridico-diplomatico,
or legal or diplomatical profile,
abbiamo bisogno molto spesso di una
is very
metodologia.
often a
In
methodology.
Chiara Lubich
Methodology.
individuiamo
Chiara
elementi di
Lubich, we can
metodologia
identify elements of this
possono essere
methodology
utilizzati.
that
Poi
can be used.
si tratta di una posizione
And
dottrinale
also, it is
originale,
an original doctrinal position,
non tratta da altri pensatori
not
o
taken
autori,
from
anche
other
se
authors,
continuamente c'è il
even if
riferimento
all
al
the time
fatto,
there
come
is
farebbe
a reference to
qualunque
it,
cattedratico che vuole
as
esporre la sua
any
teoria.
professor
L'aspetto
wants to
per me più
expose
interessante,
theory
che a
or
volte
scholar would do.
l'accademia ha un limite,
Then,
e cioè
you
cosa
know,
proponiamo dal punto
what
di
we
vista operativo. Ecco,
propose from
quarto
an
elemento,
operational point of
Chiara
view. This is
Lubich
the
fa
fourth
una
one.
proposta
Here
operativa.
Rubik makes an operational proposal.
Questo è un po' il tentativo, il mio tentativo
So this
di
is my
lettura di questa,
tentative
questo
reading
autore,
of this
denominiamolo in questo modo, no?
author,
Questo autore che ci
this
permette e
author.
ci consente di
Rubik who
parlare
enables
di
us to
unità dei popoli. Noi sarà affidato il tema
talk
l'unità
about
dei popoli.
unity of people.
Evidentemente anche qui abbiamo un primo
Yeah,
scalone.
again, we have a first
Perché certamente si tratta di una lettura, dicevo,
leap forward, because it is
compatibile dal punto
certainly
di vista
it
scientifico.
is compatible under
Non è
scientific.
qualcosa che contraddice la
This is something that
scientificità dei rapporti
does not
internazionali o
contradict
lo
the
studio dei
scientific
rapporti
character
internazionali.
of the
È
study of
coerente
international
sia nei
relations.
presupposti che nelle conclusioni.
Is coherent in
Ancora,
the premises and in the conclusions. And it is
una visione laica.
laic, secular vision. A vision that makes a correct use of the religious dimension of international relations. International relations are characterized by the aconfessionality. Because if we become confessional, immediately we have phenomena such as Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, or fundamentalism, etc. So the so-called isms.
CHIARA
Lubich offers us an aconfessional reality, really, where the religious element is brought back to its basic dimension. So I think that is an aspect that we can immediately use and see in the first text. We are 1959, so if we contextualize the date, we see we are in a divided world, as the world is divided also today, with counter positions. There is a fear for the Third World War. So it is not difficult to identify some critical positions that are important for that moment. First of all, the idea that all peoples are called to go beyond their own borders. Something normal. Very likely it was not. It's the case in 1959. So, war had to be sent away. It is not a problem of today. So, to push the war away means to go away from the reality we are. Today we have war in different ways. We don't need only to fight with the weapons. Into the rhetoric of today. On the vaccine there is a war. What the Secretary General of the UN said is that 170 countries have access to the vaccine, and 36 do have access. This is also war with different weapons. 1959, Lubich says that we have to push war away. And there is a realism which is true in that moment.
Certo, oggi i dati che possiamo ricavare ce lo spiegano in modo diverso, no? Il tema dell'informazione, il tempo zero, la cosiddetta tracciabilità delle
traceability of situations, still
riuscire ad andare oltre
going beyond
la propria dimensione mediante il collegamento sulla rete.
Through a connection on the network. That is also an issue of division.
Certo, è molto, lo dico con esperienza diretta, cioè le università in tutto il mondo hanno potuto riprendere la loro attività sulla rete.
But with what diversity?
Difformità di approccio.
With what diversity of approach? The first is the possibility to have access to.
E quindi anche lì sono i dati su cui
the
possiamo richiamare il
data on which we can recall thought of CHIARA Lubich, which says that be careful. We must make a good circulate. We can call it access to network, for example, access to vaccine. We have important efforts that are carried out for disarmament. But at the same time, efforts that are made for selling arms, which is on the increase. So, we are in front of a divided and disoriented world, where the concept of division is a concept of diversity. It is not only counterposition. When we split, we often, because we are different, not only because we are different, because religions come from a diversity of identity, of approach, of culture. Lubich takes up this very concept to apply it to what we can define an anthropological dimension of international relations. International relations, which are structured not on the basis only of the
dei
state,
governi,
of the
degli
government,
organismi internazionali,
of international
ma
bodies,
sulla base di
but
coloro
on
che
the
sono gli
basis
effettivi
of
protagonisti
those who
dei
are
rapporti
protagonists of these
internazionali, che sono
international
rapporti gestiti
relations,
da persone,
which are managed by
non
people,
gestiti da strutture.
not by
Anche se la persona
structures,
in
even
quel
if the
contesto
person in
si
that
identifica
context
con la struttura.
identifies the
Quindi
structure.
qui il passaggio è: se un giorno gli uomini,
So if
ma
one
non come
day
singoli, bensì come popoli,
individual
c'è
managed
un'apertura
people,
a questa idea delle
as
persone
peoples, so
che
this
sono
idea
direttamente protagonisti.
of people who are
Penso che tante volte, di
protagonists,
fronte alle grandi
so
questioni
very often
internazionali,
front of the great
quello che
international
capita
relations, what
a ciascuno di
happens
noi è
to
dire:
every one of
io
us
non
that we
posso
say,
fare. Cosa posso fare?
what can I do?
Dove mi posso fermare?
Where
Ecco, qui
can I
abbiamo
stop? Where can I
uno
dwell?
scatto diverso, e
So we
cioè
have a
ognuno
different
di noi,
step. Every one of
non
us,
soltanto come singolo, ma
not
come
only as
popolo,
individuals, but as
è
people,
in grado di poter operare.
we can do something.
Questa è una teoria dei rapporti
It's
internazionali
a theory of
che non
international
è
relations
isolata.
that is not
Se
isolated.
pensiamo a tutto il processo
If
e
you think
la
of the whole
contestualizzazione,
process of the
scuso con gli interpreti se
contextualization,
c'è un intercalare, la contestualizzazione
the
1959
contextualization in
si viveva la
1959
fase della
is
decolonizzazione,
the stage of decolonization,
in cui i popoli
where
sono
the
diventati
peoples
indipendenti e hanno
became
dato vita a degli
independent
stati.
and
Non
they
c'è
gave
questo.
life to states.
Il processo è partito dal basso.
Also started
C'è
from
una lettura
the bottom,
contestuale
and
da
there's a
parte di Chiara
contextual
Lubich di
reading
quel
by Chiara
momento
Lubich
storico
of that
delle relazioni
historical moment
internazionali.
of international
Ecco,
relations.
questa che potremmo definire
So this
dimensione
would
antropologica.
define the
Di fronte a
anthropological
quella
dimension.
situazione,
And in front of that
lei
situation,
dice i popoli sono in
it
grado.
says
Sì, ma
the
se si
peoples
uniscono.
are able.
Ecco dove nasce l'idea dell'unità dei popoli. Non
That's
è
where the
una
idea of the
visione
unity of peoples
cosmopolita,
comes about. It is not an abstract
è una visione che
cosmopolitan
parte
vision.
dal
It is a
concreto.
vision that
Potremmo
starts from
dire
concrete
utilizza il
dimension. It
cosiddetto
uses the
principio di sussidiarietà
so-called principle of
partendo
subsidiarity,
dal basso.
starting from the
E
bottom.
un partire dal basso
Bottom-up
significa
approach, which means
considerando le diversità.
by considering diversities,
Se oggi
differences.
abbiamo problemi di
If today we
discriminazione,
have
se
problems
oggi
of
abbiamo problemi di
discrimination,
mancanza
we
di
have problems of
circolazione di
lack
beni,
of
di
circulation,
presupposti, di idee, di conoscenze, è
people,
perché c'è una
knowledge,
diversità.
etc. It is
La
because there is
diversità però viene
diversity.
immediatamente
It is
vista come un
immediately
pericolo.
seen as a
Nel
danger.
pensiero di Chiara Lubich noi abbiamo
So in
un
Chiara Lubich's
diverso
thought,
modo
we
di
have a different
leggere
way
la
to
diversità, è il
read
modo di
the
leggere il mondo.
diversity, a way to read the
È il
world.
modo di leggere il mondo. Sapere che c'è una interdipendenza delle
You know, there
situazioni,
is an interdependence.
che l'essenza dei popoli è quella di raggiungere una unità,
Essence of people is to reach a community.
e c'è una interdipendenza che
There
allo
is an
stesso tempo ci fa
interdependence
sognare,
that at the
l'idea
same
di
time
sognare,
makes us dream.
ma
The idea of
dove il
dreaming.
sogno è qualcosa di
But
possibile.
dream is something
Abbiamo
possible.
sentito sempre, no? Cioè, ho un sogno, ho un sogno, ho un
I
sogno.
have a
Che Papa
dream,
Francesco
even
nella Fratelli Tutti,
Francis in
l'idea del sogno.
Fratelli Tutti gives this
Chiaro, ha il
idea
sogno che ogni uomo siede, ogni persona
of dream. So
siede nei
every
grandi
person
contesti internazionali.
can
Richiamando
have a
questa
place in
dimensione, ripeto, che
international
parte da basso e giunge
sessions.
alle grandi strutture internazionali.
And this is a
Quindi
bottom-up
è giusto che ogni
approach that
popolo
reaches the
condivida
very
le
high
sue
international
idee.
levels. So every people
Noi
has to
non possiamo
cultivate an idea.
pensare rapporti
So
internazionali
we can put it
massificati, in cui
in
c'è un unico
massified
grande
international
pensiero.
relations when there is only one big thought.
Ecco qui l'originalità della
This is
visione dei rapporti
the
internazionali.
nature of the vision of
Ma
international relations.
l'unità di pensiero nasce
Unity
dalla
of thought
diversità
that comes
esistente
out
dei
of the
pensieri. È la cosa
diversity,
più complicata.
from
Nel momento in
difference,
cui c'è un negoziato,
complementarity. So when there is a
le
negotiation,
parti di un negoziato
the
si
parts
muovono
of
da
the
prospettive
negotiation
diverse. Ognuno
are
persegue
from
il
different
proprio
positions.
interesse,
Everyone pursues
sia
its own
interesse
interest,
nazionale, che sia
be a
interesse
national
economico,
interest,
che sia
an
interesse di
economic
qualunque tipo.
interest, or any
Ma alla
kind of.
fine bisogna arrivare
But eventually you have to
non
get
semplicemente a
not simply
tagliare gli
to
interessi,
cut out the
ma
interest,
bisogna arrivare a quello
but
che può
have to
essere un
get
interesse
to what
comune,
can be a common
un
interest,
obiettivo comune.
a
Credo
common
che questo
goal.
sia il modo di
This
intendere
is
anche
the
la
way
cosiddetta
to
interdipendenza
interpret
nei
the
rapporti
so-called
internazionali.
interdependence in international
C'è
relations.
l'introduzione di un altro concetto.
There is the introduction of another concept, unity.
L'unità è una
is a category in international relations. It is not a utopia. Because unity concerns the possibility to change a situation. The great military alliance, for example, is the opposite of a peaceful vision. The great military alliance moved on the idea of fighting anyone, fighting someone or something. In the language of the UN, today we fight against the hunger, fight against analphabetism, fight against diseases. So we always fight against something. And we fight united, otherwise we don't fight. It's this unity that becomes a category, and not only a utopia. Then, the following passage
è quello che riguarda
is the one concerns the relationship between unity and conflict. As I said, fighting something. For CHIARA, conflict is something existing, not something that we can, something we cannot hide. I think easily this,
dal punto di vista di quello che può essere l'effetto socio-politico del messaggio.
Point of view of the socio-political effect of the message, like what Pope Francis says. Evangelic Audio, it says conflict is present in human relations and in the relationship between states, and CHIARA says the same. So we have to live in the international relations, being aware there are conflicts, we cannot exclude them. But from inside the situations, we can change the conflicts. We can act so that the conflict becomes something different and enables us to operate, to act in a different way. Here, have proposed again the topic of difference as a resource, because the difference is at the basis of conflicts. But they are not, this is not an ideologization, an ideological that unity that goes beyond conflict. It is a pragmatic vision of unity. In this pragmatism, of course, there is for the believer the dimension of the faith. But also for those who do not believe, there is a practical dimension to solve the situation. Then the topic of peace. This is one of the topics on which all thinkers always have to think. CHIARA LUBICH faces the topic of peace, and she proposes this anthropological approach. So 3 types of inner peace among other cities in the world, and she places them in a chronological approach. Peace in the world if there is no inner peace, and not peace in our small daily. That is also a methodology in international relations. A peace that can unite different generations. For us to use the term sustainability, considering future generations in terms of peace, the use of resources, this is something normal. This is a unity of generation. It's not thinking in abstract term of what can be the needs. Completely, we have to live out something in order to give continuity in the relationship between generations. Peace
ha un significato diverso.
Has a different meaning.
E questo CHIARA lo dice in un discorso alle Nazioni Unite
nel
nel 1996. Quando dice la pace ha dei nomi nuovi, non è soltanto un problema di assenza di guerra.
It is not only an absence of war. Peace has different names. So to exclude the war is not
Siamo in una concezione della pace di tipo, oggi diremmo, di tipo olistico.
Of an holistic kind today, which includes all the different
dichiarazione sul diritto umano alla pace del 2016 ritroviamo questa visione
we find this holistic vision.
perché altrimenti non è pace.
Otherwise,
Sarà assenza di guerra, sarà condizioni economiche in qualche modo stabilizzate.
Stabilized economic condition, but not peace.
E anche qui credo che c'è qualcosa
Here again, there is something
che può spingere.
that can
C'è
drive us.
che potrebbe sembrare anche dal punto di vista
Expression
terminologico
that
qualcosa di datato, no?
it seems something
Si parla della patria.
terminologically speaking.
Amare la patria altrui come la
Homeland,
propria, dice
to
Chiara nel
like
contesto
other
delle Nazioni Unite.
home country like ours.
Utilizza questa
Here
espressione.
uses this
Non
expression
è soltanto
home
un aspetto
country.
storico.
It is not only historical aspect, but the home country is the land of
È
the
il
father.
legame diretto con una identità. Non è una
Direct
visione
contact
patriottica
with
di
an
nazione.
entity is not a patriotic vision only.
Il termine preciso.
The term is precise, the father's land, the land of the father.
C'è il legame non con l'astratto, ma col concreto.
Connections, not in abstract terms, but in concrete terms, which means to translate
la pace in tanti termini.
peace into different terms of solidarity.
Alla corsa agli armamenti, alla negazione della libertà,
Praise for armament, denial of freedom, fight against analphabetism and poverty, hunger. So it has to be placed in concrete terms. We have a positive reading of the idea of peace.
Chiara Lubic non si ferma
Chiara does not
individuare le cause.
Just limit himself to identify the causes of the lack of peace, but she places a problem of what can be the conditions to achieve.
È dal punto di vista anche scientifico o legato ad una visione scientifica delle relazioni non l'analisi delle cause, ma più
not the analysis of causes, but rather the conditions to implement peace.
E questo credo che sia un passaggio.
I think this is a passage.
Qui si lega questa, certamente un cammino lento, c'è un altro passaggio, siamo nel giugno del 1988, dice la storia dell'umanità è una riscoperta di questa pace universale.
A slow rediscovery of this universal, admiring rediscovery of the achieving peace.
Possiamo applicarla
Process
conclusioni, possiamo applicarla al tema del
terrorismo, to the topic of terrorism, this kind of conception.
Quelle che sono le cause del
terrorismo. If I think of the causes of terrorism,
se lo affronti in termini soltanto di lotta al terrorismo, evidentemente combatti una guerra.
Face it in terms of fighting terrorism, you
la metodologia riprende la metodologia
it takes up the methodology of unity, but with a passage which is interesting because there's the introduction of a new concept, the concept of suffering.
Che da credente poi lei traduce, nella croce.
She translates it into the cross. You cannot do anything good, useful, and fruitful in the world without knowing, without being able to fatigue. We have to know how to operate and to be able to go ahead in order to give peace, able to suffer. So it is not a equal speeches from the political
una dimensione di fede. Qui è un problema di
international dimension to the dimension of faith. It is a problem of education and attention. Individually or collectively, we can have to suffer with situations because then we have to make a concrete solution. The last point is about a basic concept of international relations are based on the principle of reciprocity, which completely means that the subject state does something other also does the same. So by Chiara Lubic, there's an attempt of a new reading to the sense of reciprocity, which is not waiting for the other to do the same thing that I do.
Evidentemente, ripeto, non è una visione
it is not a utopical vision, but realpolitik connected to real situation. The most interesting part of this, for those who study international relations, we find it
in questa esortazione
this final exhortation
in cui Chiara Lubich ci invita alla cosiddetta responsabilità.
Chiara invites us to responsibility. We cannot demand a change to others.
Neanche alle grandi istituzioni internazionali.
Not even big international
sono tanti progetti di riforma dell'ONU, sono apposito comitato della riforma. Questo ci dice
Committee for Reformation.
dal 1964.
Since 1964. Permanent committee for reform.
Tranquillamente riformare e diventa necessario come le altre organizzazioni
This could be necessary as the other international bodies. What individuals collectively we can do. No, thank you.
Completare un po' il sentimento di tutti nel ringraziare il professor Vincenzo
I
Bonomo.
am certain that I'm interpreting everybody's feeling in thanking Professor Bonomo for this holistic expression that Professor Bonomo was able to give to Chiara's thought. Thank you also for highlighting and perhaps correcting some considerations of mine at the beginning. Perhaps these were incomplete due to the need for brevity. We now move on to the economic approach, and the floor goes to Alessandra Smerilli, a professor of economics and management of statistical faculty at the Pontifical University, and also a commitment on public debate on economics, which is very important among the various volumes she published. Women and Economics, a New Season of Hope from the Crisis, and with Luigino Bruni, Blessed Economy, Benedict of Nursia and Francis of Assisi in the European Economic History, and Pills of Civil Economics and Well Living. So, Alessandra Smerilli, over to you. Thank you.
Buongiorno a tutti e grazie.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for this invitation to be able to contribute, I hope, with reflection and my experience to this meeting, which seems to me to be a sign of the times due to the history which is unfolding. And I think it is useful and sacred to stop and to reflect together and try to understand, because this is what this meeting is probably for, to understand what light and what inspiration might stem forth from Chiara Lubich at this difficult time for the entire world. So thank you to those who have thought and organized this event. I would like to begin this contribution with a quotation from my own biography, because my vocation to economics, if that's the word I want, and I started studying economics when I was already a sister, and the development of my itinerary of study, research, and teaching are deeply entwined with the thought of Chiara Lubich. This was an inspiration to me in the most crucial moments, and I think it will be going forward. I can honestly say, and not simply because we are in this context, that if I'm here today, and if I'm able to reflect on these themes, this is mainly thanks to that spark which was set alight when I encountered the economy of communion. I was already a student of economics, not too convinced on this side, when thanks to the enthusiastic tale of his lessons of economic ethics at the Gregorian University on the part of a sister of mine, I asked to be able to go to evening school with teacher Professor Antonio Baggio. In this context, I met Professor Luigino Bruni, who within that course had held some lessons in economics. From the very first lesson, I was won over by the thought which seemed to me in full line with my values, but at the same time well-founded in terms of economic theory. This is what impressed me most, because as a nun, I started to study economics in a Roman faculty, and I started to ask myself questions pertaining to the fact that I should learn to speak the language of economics, and this meant that I could not use the language I knew about ethical and social reflections on the social doctrine of the church. It seemed to me at that point that these were two separate worlds which had no point of contact. We needed to give up part of both in order to be able to live in one or the other context. When instead I met at that stage at the end of the 90s, the thought of Chiara Lubich and the development which was coming about, I saw a reconciliation and the ability to penetrate economic theory deep down inside in order to be able to develop something new. And this is what impressed me. And I must say that that encounter changed my life, because I was immediately invited to meetings of economists and study groups, and somehow I was encouraged towards research and to continue my studies. I became passionate in economics, and also the doctoral thesis on we rationality in economics, the rationality of the us and imperatives in economics, I believe, is the result of that encounter. The most evident contribution of Chiara Lubich to economics, I believe, is the economy of communion, which is at the same time an experience and a theoretical reflection which precedes and enlightens that experience, but at the same time which feeds off it, the same experience. I think this is the fruitful circuit that theory and praxis entwine and enlighten one another. By launching the economy of communion, Chiara generated a movement of enterprises and scholars which is spread all around the world. Suffice it to think about the hundreds of dissertations and doctoral theses which rotate around the economy of communion. Think about Sophia, the university institute she founded, which deals with economic and managerial studies from the standpoint of unity. The key, the central, the heart of all this reflection and the movement which has come about around the economy of communion is given by the plastic vision of poverty and inequality, which Chiara Lubich had once she was landing in the city of Sao Paulo, where she saw the great skyscrapers of a modern city surrounded by slums, as though it were a crown of thorns. Hence her torment and the inspiring idea, the communion of goods and assets, which was already lived out in the Focolare movement, is not enough to balance this these differences. We need to create wealth in a different way and ensure that revenue is made available to all. This is an extraordinary idea, an extraordinary novelty, that of not just redistributing, but creating wealth in order to be able to redress those imbalances. A study carried out along with Luigino Bruni was quoted on charisms in the economic and social development in the history, St. Benedict, St. Francis, but I believe that Chiara Lubich is part of these founding persons, these spiritual movements which throughout history have been and are agents of change also in economic terms. Chiara, in order to respond to a problem of social injustice and misdistribution of goods and assets, has thought about enterprises as a natural tool to fix the problem. Therefore, she proposed to put together capacities and resources, creating enterprises, entrusting them to competent people, and producing assets and wealth to divide into three parts. 1/3 in order to increase the enterprise and employment, 1/3 to help the poor, and 1/3 to train and enhance this culture of sharing. This proposal came about in 1991 in Brazil with the creation of the first enterprise, La Tunica. It was a textile firm. Today, this sees the involvement of thousands of enterprises in the world, which embrace nearly all sectors of commerce, services, and production. But as stated by Chiara, we cannot build a new economy without a new culture. And this is why in this project, a part of the revenue of the enterprises is aimed at training to enhance and to spread this kind of culture. Because Chiara Lubich liked to repeat, there cannot be a new economy without new persons. And while at the beginning in 1991, when the economy of communion was first announced, an internal dimension seems to prevail. Chiara Lubich at the beginning had thought about what she had in front of her. This was a movement that could mobilize, and therefore entrepreneurs are encouraged to share their profits and therefore to help one another for the poor within the movement. In the path, along the path, at a certain point in 1998, returning to Brazil, Chiara saw the results, and she discussed with some Brazilian entrepreneurs, and she matures the next step. She writes a letter where she hopes that starting from the economy of communion and from the political movement for unity, some true economic universal doctrines could come about, which could attract economists and entrepreneurs in search for a new economics, a real science, a true economic movement, as it was called, in order to give scientific dignity to the praxis of entrepreneurs. And therefore this ideal and this torment, which generated an inspiring idea and something new, overcomes the confines of the movement in order to embrace the entire church and humanity. And I believe that we are at this stage today. If you look at Italy, there are associations such as the Association of Enterprises belonging to Economy of Communion, which are not the direct emanation. You don't need a membership card in order to call yourself Economy of Communion. And all this, therefore, is entering in the world. I met Chiara Lubich and the Economy of Communion in those years, and I found theories and studies which excited me, but at the same time, I was able to see through existing enterprises that this was not just a little theory applied, but it was a true solid construction showing those ideals, those values, those theories, which were sifted through the harsh filter of reality. Often when there are theories, we ask ourselves, well, will this work in practice? When you see the practice, you think, well, maybe it's just the best practice, maybe it's just a fluke, maybe can it inspire something else? Whereas here, it seems to me that there is this ideal balance. As far as the theoretical lines inspired by the vision of Chiara Lubich, they are molded on the so-called culture of giving in economics. And from the very beginning, specifically with Vera Araujo, this line of thought was clearly developed. And I quote Chiara Lubich: different to consumer economy, which is based on a culture of having, the economy of communion is an economy of giving. This might seem difficult, arduous, heroic, but it's not so, because men are in the likeness of God, who is love, and they find their fulfillment in loving, in giving. This need is in the deepest fibers of their being, believers or non-believers. And it is in realizing this and strengthened by our own experience that we find the hope of a universal spreading of the economy of communion. And I believe that it is superb in my view. It might seem a bit ingenuous at the beginning, and this is what Professor Bonomo was saying earlier. It seems utopic, but to see articles published in the most prestigious international reviews of economics, which start from this point and give scientific dignity to these bases, means that there is something real, there is something true here. The economic giving is an expression of giving oneself on the plane of being. It reveals an anthropological conception which is not individualist nor collectivist, but it is one of communion. Therefore, a culture of giving which should not be confused with philanthropic endeavors or mere assistance. It is the very essence of every person who is made for communion. The culture of giving has therefore inspired reflections and research. Starting from the reflection on poverty and inequality, we understood how poverty is not just a question of material resources, but about relationships. There are studies on gratuitousness, happiness, and reciprocity in economics. I won't quote all the people, but I think we know them. Luigi Nobruni, for example, gifting and management and relational goods introduced in Italy and in the world scientifically by Professor Benedetto Gui, who has modeled in a way and made this economic this idea of relational goods in economics come to fruition on organizations with an ideal basis we were quoting earlier. Poverty and inequality in terms of relationships, climate justice. Obviously, we are looking at these times we are living through. This initial nucleus of reflections set off a series of world processes, such as, for example, meetings which for years were held on the theme economics and happiness, which saw the participation on the world stage of Nobel laureates and many scholars, where the perspective of happiness linked to relational goods and relationships was one of the golden threads. We have already quoted Sophia University Institute as one of the dimensions of thought, but think about the School of Civil Economy in Italy, which is inspired by this thought, and in about many other study centers and cultural centers. I believe that lately the most interesting processes coming out of the inspiration of CHIARA LUBICH are the ones who have given the option to speak to the youngest. Think about prophetic economy and the wider ranging one, economy of Francesco, which is a process which is snowballing more and more. And it stems from an appeal of the Pope to call young people to Assisi in order to make a pact to give a soul to the economy of the future. And this is becoming a movement of young scholars, entrepreneurs, and persons who want to change the world, which is worthy of respect. And at this point in time, I am coordinating a task force of economists within the COVID Vatican Commission, which Pope Francis set up, and many with whom we are in contact at an international level ask to be able to enter in contact with economy of Francesco so as to be able to do something and give a contribution. So I believe that the thought and the gratuitousness of many persons whose inspired by thought and praxis of CHIARA LUBICH, which are behind the scenes of this process economy of Francesco, created the condition so that this could become a generative process. If I should summarize in one thought as I conclude what I believe is the contribution of CHIARA LUBICH to economic thought and praxis, I believe that this is a woman's gaze on the wounds of humanity, a woman's gaze on the crown of thorns surrounding the city of Sao Paulo, and which generated a new idea in the way of maintaining and creating an enterprise and an economic theory. This is a prophetic Marian generative woman's gaze, one which we desperately need today, also in order to manage the economic and social consequences of the pandemic. This is an extraordinary time from this point of view. It requires a lot of creativity. When Pope Francis set up the COVID Commission, he said, prepare the future, which is different to prepare for the future. He said, prepare the future, because this is a time where the social and economic consequences of the pandemic need to be considered seriously. To prepare the future as a task force in economics, we have been able to secure a space for action, which is that of working around fundamental themes. For example, the future of work, inequality, and obviously these were quoted, and all the theme of indebtedness and financial structures, unequal financial structures which weigh on families. Last night I was talking to someone. We held a webinar with the United Kingdom promoting the Church of England, promoted an initiative on universal basic income, on this tool for the future. And we have seen how much interest there is, how much need there is to think new things at this time, because we had an hour and a half of webinar where the mother of a family was there, economists, professors, scientists, and they decided to share their mind in that. And it was called a small synod, a process which needs to continue. This is where I believe that the inspiration that CHIARA LUBICH gave us needs to penetrate into these processes. And the key words, I believe, are listening, openness, to be there rather than to say something immediately, to be there in order to link up, to put together around a table, and to be there in order to inspire with the light which is given by this charism. We won't measure the penetration impact of CHIARA LUBIC's contribution to economics by measuring the quality and quantity of quotations, because she is no longer with us, though she has received many honorary degrees. And she has disappeared behind the initial intuition, leaving to experts and people on the field the scientific development and the promotion of a new way of managing an enterprise to others. My impression is that these ideas have and are circulating around the world much more than we thought would happen. Thank you very much.
Grazie, Suor Alessandra.
Thank you, Sister Alessandra. In fact, this distinction between preparing for the future, for a new crisis, and prepare the future is crucial. But this I can think of a slogan that circulates in the international environmental bidding better, so to reconstruct better what already exists. But here we have to construct something new, to reinvent the world. So I think it is very important. And thank you also for these stimulations and this vision of the strict connection between practice, economic practice, and the elaboration of an economic thought. And now let us shift to Maurizio Gentilini, historian and archivist, very well known, especially recently because for the centenary of CHIARA LUBIC's birth, his book came out, CHIARA LUBIC, The Way of Unity Between History and Prophecy. He has been working at the Institute Don Sturzo in Rome, and now he works at the National Council of Churches of Research at the Department of Human Science. He worked for the Council of Libraries and Archives, the history of political parties, for the Italian and European movement, the history of pacifism, with a very interesting essay on the Great War on the Gasperi and the Christian democracy, and many other topics that I don't have time to enumerate. So Maurizio will talk to us about the relationship between CHIARA's thought and especially the event of CHIARA and the encounter with the big political cultures of the 20th century.
Grazie soprattutto dell'invito.
Thank you especially for the invitation. I'm particularly honored by this, also in this panel that hosts and is animated by scholars that are much more important than I am. But besides these thankings, my approach to historical humanism and political culture in the experience of CHIARA LUBIC. Since the origin of her spiritual adventure, the resolution of social problems has been at the center of the attention of CHIARA LUBIC and an inherent element of the charism of unity. A concern that evolved in time from the care of the poor in Trent during the Second World War up to considering the great planetary perspective and the great political and social issues of a time closer to us. CHIARA identified in Jesus forsaken on the cross the representation of those who are denied the rights and their future, and she worked politically to organize the outcast, so that the rescue could be implemented and progress and advance in the world and in history. An attention, this attention to the political dimension that draws from the fundamental options and the deep values that move the human conscience, that are inspired to the mystery of the incarnation of the Word, that draws from the model of the Trinitarian love and trust the dignity of every man as a son or daughter of God. A passion for humankind that finds its roots in the John's verse, ut omnes unum sint, that all may be one, that finds its spiritual synthesis in the charism of unity and its political and juridical application in universal brotherhood, understood as a basis for political sociality. During this report, I sent you to more references in the sources, in the version that we'll publish, but I will try to identify some hints concerning the thought and proposal of CHIARA LUBICH in the political sphere. CHIARA did not produce, as other people say, the political thought according to the exception that the term has taken on in the ordinary sense in scientific reflection. But starting from the period immediately after the Second World War, when she matured her specific charism that will take up the name of spirituality of unity, the inspiration of CHIARA LUBICH concerning the political dimension proposes a vision of the world and the objectives to pursue it. A material and moral reconstruction typical of those years based on new models and relational dynamics originated by a spiritual perspective that irradiated by a powerful investing also the political dimension. As we already remembered it, but her political perspective can be summarized in the invitation formulated during Mariapolis of Fiera di Primiero on August 30th, 1959. The times are mature where every people must go beyond their own border and look beyond. The moment we arrived in which other people's country must be loved as our own. End of quotations. Also, the capacity of CHIARA LUBICH to communicate beyond the properly religious borders and cultural, social, and institutional contexts that are totally different than ours, even using references and languages that are deeply connected to our own spiritual identity, have an element of undeniable originality and political value. Politics as love of every love, as a model that has as a model Jesus forsaken, and the other model is Magnificent of Mary as a program, which is a revolutionary perspective. We think that the program is putting down the powerful from the throne and elevating the humble, give goods to those who are hungry and send away the rich with empty hands, etc. And brotherhood as a theoretical basis and concrete practice to guarantee the unity of peoples and of the human family, and to enable to social rules and laws to express their efficacy in a communitarian spirit. The traditional notion of charism, also in its Max Weber's evolution, identified as a supernatural gift given to a person to advantage of the community, a leadership that comes out in times of crisis to give an example and inspire others. This notion of charism does not exclude the possibility to identify the components that have contributed to the shaping of a charismatic leader, beginning with the cultural contributions that helped the formation of its message. The charism of CHIARA LUBICH was also put at the service of the moral and civil progress of society putting into practice the principle of brotherhood, fraternity in the wider sphere of human relations, that is, in politics. A principle of fraternity that in the modern age was consecrated by the French Revolution, but quickly removed by the successive political reflection, also in terms of the political reflection in the 20th century. Lubich contributed to recover this dimension in the political context by applying the principle of fraternity to the aim of the construction of a new world with a decisive anticipation in front of a theoretical reflection that would mature at the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the new millennium, also within the magisterium of the Catholic Church. CHIARA LUBICH was born in Trentino in 1920, and one of the elements that define the physiognomy and the identity of the area of Trent in all times is the fact that it is a frontier land, in particular concerning a cultural and political border between the Mediterranean basin and the Central European area. At the time of CHIARA's birth, Trent was a city that had been the outskirts of the Hungarian Empire, and it recently became the outskirts of the Kingdom of Italy after the tragedy of the First World War, which has marked its area in a very strong way. So CHIARA was born in a specific context and in a specific political, social, and cultural turmoil. A situation in which the perception of concepts of a strictly political nature take up value and meanings that are very particular. We can think of a nation and nationalism, people, home country, also in its variant of German romantic variant of Heimat, concepts such as border, ethnic group, foreigner, minority, independence, etc. We can think of also a bilingual region, etc. Italian, German. A region that in the period between the two wars lived with a special evidence that the denial of the Wilson principle of self-determination of peoples and the prevarication of their natural rights. And after that, it would become a workshop of cohabitation between different ethnic groups, coexistence, Italian, German, and that in the past had strong national confrontations. I had another element. There is a specific, as Andrea Riccardi said yesterday, contribution of political thought that came to CHIARA from her family environment, her father and her brother who were socialists, while her mother was a pious Catholic woman. So the attitude of dialogue was something very strong in her family. Charisma of unity came about during the Second World War and became mature in the following years after the terminus of the crisis of civilization represented by Auschwitz and the atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, a period that sanctioned the failure of the references of a majority political culture and that caused very important reflection at philosophical, juridical, and institutional level, inspired that new humanism consecrated to the doctrinal refoundation of political relations and systems of law, national and especially international one. In this period, an encounter that marked the human, cultural, and spiritual experience of CHIARA LUBICH. In 1948, she met Igino Giordani in Rome, in Montecitorio, which was the headquarters of the Italian Parliament. In that moment, a spiritual dialogue began that would lead to a more mature understanding of the charism given to CHIARA. Igino Giordani became CHIARA's interlocutor, the first interpreter of what she contemplated, especially during the special mystical experience that is known as Paradise of 1949.
La capacità di Giordani di lettura sapienziale dell'esperienza della sua giovane amica.
The capacity of Giordani for a wisdom-based interpretation of the experience of her young friend certainly came from her very wide knowledge of the sources of Christianity, his knowledge of the sources of Christianity, and his attitude to the use of reason to understand the plan of God, and his vision of reality and history from a cosmic and providential perspective that saw politics as a place of hope. And this was an opportunity for Chiara. This previous relationship with Giordani could be the opportunity for Chiara to acquire elements of political culture that were unknown to her and very well known to Giordani in the time where he met CHIARA LUBICH. Giordani had a long cultural experience and not only for a lay Christian committed in a period of enthusiasm and ethical participation in the construction of the common home, especially through the elaboration of the Republican Constitution. His political militance began many years ago, immediately after the First World War, in which he took part when he met Luigi Sturzo, and he intensely took part in the adventure of the Popular Party that Luigi Sturzo had founded, where he exercised a strong moral and cultural opposition to fascism, and where he shared with many Catholics the suffering for the lack of understanding by the Church of the compromises connected to the Concordat policy that was the fruit of the Pacts of the Lateran. One of the philosophical references of the political culture of Giordani was the figure of Antonio Rosmini, the philosopher who in the first half of the 19th century, reflecting on the universal dimension, the civil value of love, of charity, indicated what politics should be instead, first, even before saying what it should do. The Rosmini thought characterized a distinction between the level of abstract principle and the level of humanity lived and embodied. Rosmini identified the practice of charity and commitment to others as a direct proposal by the Lord, not as a pure ethical duty. Had defined the juridical logic that puts the values of a human person before those of the state. We can think of the notion of a person as a subsistent human right. Rosmini has taken up the principle of the primacy of the person, the freedom of the person, the relational perspective as a foundation of a new political spirituality and as a basis of the system of law that would develop in the Western world 1 century after his death. Moving from the foundation of equality among all human beings, Rosmini defined as the aims of politics, the distribution of moral goods and material goods in civil society. He gave references and essential coordinates concerning the ideas of nation, the positive conception of the states, including the need for peace and unity, a positive conception of history as a process of evolution of peoples, and then about the nature and aims of democracy, the constitutions, the parties, etc. On this basis, Rosminian basis, Father Luigi Sturzo, at the beginning of the 20th century, became aware that we needed to set out a new dialogue with the contemporary world, especially carrying the Italian Catholicism out of the barriers of fight and excommunication against modernity, and the Roman issue, for example.
La democrazia in quanto astrazione generica
declared, for example, that the democracy as a generic abstraction does not exist. What does exist are democracies in a concrete form. The use of the plural also referred to a natural attitude of his practice in reading every phenomenon and political issue especially the local ones, also in a supranational perspective, as a necessary condition to interpret the new problems of man and society and give to them political responses. Giordani, in the years of isolation between the two wars, he worked at the Vatican Library, and together with many other Catholic intellectuals, he had the opportunity to explore and meditate the relation between Christianity and democracy based on the lessons of Tocqueville. He understood how democracy had in Christianity its historical roots. In this context, he got in touch with the theories of communitarian personalism that we can find in the works of Jacques Maritain, Emmanuel Monnier, Father Léonce de Grand Maison. He got to know the new proposal of the Christian Weltanschauung of Peter Lippert, Karl Adam, and Romano Guardini, in the line of the Rosminian and Sturzian reflection, and also the De Gasperis practice that considers universality of the Christian message and politics as a counterpart. Also for Giordani, the idea of a Christian civilization did not define the contour of a precise world, but it rather referred to a history to be developed, values and moral heritage to which we must make reference and draw from, translating them politically in the respect of the method of freedom. Giordani was constantly committed to decrypt the plans of the providence that are present in history, but he considered that these did not exonerate anyone from the responsibility and initiative to search for the common good, especially through political action. Rather, he loved to reflect on the transcendence of the God's plan vis-a-vis the mystery of suffering as the pains of Job, who does not find any human explanation. On the basis of the charismatic intuition by Lubic, Giordani found a privileged explanation of this mystery in the image and the message of Jesus forsaken on the cross, that invites to embrace the pain, suffering of humankind. A synthesis that can be translated in political terms. His conception of policy was strongly interiorized. He could not give a definition of democracy without an adjective that qualified it, but adjectives always declined by Christian humanism, and contrary to any principle that makes reference to the thought of Machiavelli. A Christianity associated to politics and understood as winning weakness, because, as Giordani wrote in 1949, we need a sea of hope in an ocean of charity to suffocate the selfishness of the world. End of quotation. We need the courage of Catherine of Siena. He was an expert of her thought, because Catherine wrote to the powerful of the world to remember them that the cities were not their property. In the second period after the Second World War, in the parliament, Giordani took part in debate on the topic of peace in the respect of the outcome of the Conference of Paris, Atlantic Pact, and he insisted that Italy should be a bridge between the two worlds, between East and West, and he urged the politics, even though members of his party, period after the Gasperi, to be more audacious on the social and economic ground, to respond, according to the expression of Giorgio Lapira, to the expectation of the poor. Giordani was very close to the spiritual sensitivity and the theoretical and political elaboration of Giorgio Lapira. And Lapira, in turn, introduces grades of great affinity with the sensibility and the spiritual vision of Chiara Lubic, even if they never met. Lapira and Chiara Lubic never met, and that's a big question mark. I only give the example on something about the perspective of Isaiah, the meeting between Adamitic, but we'll hear about that from Marco Luppi in the next session. And I want to close these with reference to some possible elements that could have an impact on the maturation of the so-called political vision of Chiara Lubich, with reference to her project consecrated to politics that has already been mentioned and conceived as a projection of the charism of unity. At the end of the century, at the end of the millennium, Chiara seemed to perceive the direction in which the global politics was going to, in a general perspective that did not enable to read the reality in a peaceful way, creating lack of union and great dangers for the future of humanity. They were living a radical change in the international political situation following the collapse of the ideologies of the 20th century and the solution of the scenarios designed by the Cold War. Europe was losing its own identity, and she was losing her role of laboratory of civilization and humanism that it had been for 2 millenniums in the Jewish culture, in the Greek culture, in Christianity, in Enlightenment, that had produced the values condensed in the principle of the search for the truth. In this period, in the first 90s, Chiara lived one of her nights of the spirit, characterized by a deep anxiety and concern for the world. A night of the spirit that revealed great generative potential and preceded the intuition and important projects. So one of these, besides economic communion, was the political movement for unity that was presented in Naples in May 1996, based on the principle of exercise of fraternity in function of the common good. A seed that was disseminated in the world in the hope to find a fertile ground, have a positive impact on the destiny of humanity. At the basis of this project, there was the dialogical proposal based on gospel and on the new commandment of Jesus, an approach that requires a daring in order to enter in authentic relation with others and become new world people, that have all the others inside them. Another dialogical key is reciprocity. Expressions such as trust, esteem, knowledge, and understanding, welcoming, also associated with the adjective reciprocal, that create a crisis in every selfishness and self-referentiality, avoiding the logic of the confrontation and giving to politics its highest and most noble meaning. This is a proposal that is placed within the perspective and the dialectics between history and prophecy. The prophets of the Old Testament, I'm thinking of Amos and Jeremiah, who are aware that justice is the foundation on which the whole reality is based, and they denounced its subversion with social life was characterized by a relationship of dominion and exploitation. Or other prophets such as Samuel, Ezekiel, Isaiah, who played the function of seers and sentinels, able to see farther away in the perspective of the good of humanity without a filter of convenience. Chiara Lubich gathered this invitation of God from the prophets, as did Jonas, get up, go to Nineveh, the big city. Chiara understood the duty to get out of the temple without waiting for someone to get into the temple. So the need to emerge in a pluralistic and secular society, not marked by Christianity any longer. Instead of the temple, she proposed to plant the tents like the nomads who go among people sharing their problems and hopes, without giving in the temptation to build fortified citadels or a promised land in the tragedy of history, but just showing on a daily basis in a simple way, with hospitality, with mercy, in the awareness that what is limited and provisional, but showing that the gospel can be seen in a new society. Thank you.
Allora, molte grazie per questa.
Thank you for this historical framing of CHIARA LUBICH with referral to political culture. I believe we have some time now for a mini debate, if you like, a supplement of reflection in addition to what we have already had. And my idea would be that of soliciting the speaker for very brief supplementary contributions, just 2 or 3 minutes, on 3 items, 3 topics which came about, but perhaps not centrally in what we have already enjoyed. First of all, the polarity between the local and the global in CHIARA LUBIC's parable, from the local block, the district in Trento, to the whole world. The second issue is an environmental one, which was touched upon by Michelangelo Morandino's, which is much more than a green thought. It's a kind of new alliance, if you like, between humanity and the planet, between society and nature. And CHIARA LUBICH has had some very deep accents expressed on creation, not as an object, but as a subject of the human and social existence. And finally, as a completion of these multifaceted visions of the social cultural aspect of CHIARA LUBICH, we have a look, I would ask for a look on the digital society, which will be more and more evident and clearly during the pandemic, but a true digital transition is afoot, which of course questions all relations in economics, relations among people, and political cultures as to how they should be remodulated. I wouldn't want to necessarily follow the same order. Let's engender some creative chaos. If anybody wishes to give a contribution, please do so. But please, if you could remain within 3 minutes. This shouldn't be another lecture. Thank you. Does anybody wish to begin?
Grazie per queste sollecitazioni.
Thank you for these inputs. I believe that as time is a little short, perhaps I might add some words on the environment and this new crucial alliance. And what springs to mind is Chiara's writings, which I can't quote from memory, but the meaning is that love, which is behind all things, is also behind what happens in nature. And all this, I think, has inspired the thought which we have brought forward at an economic level on the theme of gratuitousness, and the reason why we should respect the environment, why we should not pollute. Why not? Because it has a value in itself, not due to fear of consequences. And I believe that this is a light in order to deal with those themes and that urgency we feel at this point in time. So this is what I would add to the debate, just to say that it could be a nugget that can be further delved into. As far as the theme of the digital transition, as much as I met Chiara, and this was not a long time, but she would be overjoyed to see all the opportunities, the digital opportunities we have, and the idea of being able to grasp that beauty and accompany what needs to be accompanied, so that the human person would be the center of everything. I believe that this would be a deep inspiration. Thank you. If I could say something about the digital society, Chiara has always perceived within her activity and in her proposal, in her ability to communicate, the potential of technologies, which were analog technologies, but she fully exploits them, audio-visual, satellites. She lives, finally, she enters the digital era, and I think she begins to perceive the potential. She can't exploit them to the full for biographical human reasons, and therefore the maturity and the pervasive spreading of digital technologies was never mature enough in order to be exploited by her charism, but it was certainly perceived. But the web, if you think about this being one of the metaphors of this revolution, it is also one of the metaphors of the paradigm shift in contemporary world. Think about the organization of knowledge, which is structured in the 20th century as hierarchical structure, is now completely destructured and horizontalized, with this web structure made of relationships, a network made of nodes, but it's a network which allows you to arrive from A to B through infinite different nodes and different itineraries. This image offered by the web, so this great image of the organization of a world which is in constant mutation towards this organization. How much does this reflect, in a way, the spirituality of unity, whose nature is not hierarchical, very relational and very analogical? And this is where we find ourselves in a similarity. And in my view, this shows the ability of the charism of unity to renew over time, and it gives the perception of this original goodness which remains intact, the ability to renew, to accompany humanity in this seismic shift we are going through.
Allora, credo che il rapporto, la polarità tra
I
il
think
globale
that the relationship between the local and the global is one of the interesting aspects of the vision that Chiara Lubich has in international affairs. Just a concrete example. There is a time in the thought of international relations in what we have identified as the doctrine of the unity of peoples. There is an intermediate step, which is the 11th of June 1988, when Chiara Lubich speaks in Castel Gandolfo about the unity of peoples and a culture of the unity of peoples, from where what emerges is the operative tool of the appeal to the unity of peoples. Now, in that context, we see two concrete incarnations of this. On the one hand, we see an NGO, an international NGO called New Humanity, which is still today present as a structure at the great international organizations. And this is an NGO, and then an NGO, which is initially Italian, and then it germinates in other countries. So this assonance, this not juxtaposition, but this polarity of beginning from the local and then working towards the world view is constant. And I think that in this relationship between diversity and unity, this is fully echoed, and this is from the point of view of thought structure. As far as the environment is concerned, I would just say one thing. Sister Alessandra earlier referred to the origin of the economy of communion. Chiara, when Cardinal Aldercamera arriving in São Paulo, when she arrives in São Paulo, she talks about the crown of thorns around the cities. The theme of city and the livability of cities needs to be expressed in terms of environmental conditions. So this kind of living conditions. So there is a reading and interpretation, and then there is a concrete reaction. What can we do about it? So as far as environment is concerned, I say it to myself, I think we need to develop a study on texts, because certainly we will be able to recover a doctrine from this point of view as well. Lastly, digital society. I think I need to repeat myself. Of course, digital divide, she would have found the concrete problem and a concrete solution. So we talk as from where we are, which is the north of the world, where we use all the equipment and the devices we wish, but 90% of the human families is outside of this conversation, and we need to have the courage to say so, because I believe it's important. We can entertain all the digital revolutions we like, but we have a world which is living in different dimension, and I think this is where I refer to many years in a specific context, that of diversity and underdevelopment. So I believe that today Chiara would ask us how we operate in order to guarantee not a simple balance, but a different culture, a culture of sharing. I'll stop. Thank you.
I mentioned
these three themes because, in my view, they are connected. A digital society, and how can it have an impact on environmental matters, for example, in terms of energy transition. How can we collect the various spaces of the global web, and in some way this fills all the distances, and nothing will be able to fill the need we have of a personal contact, and this is fundamental for us as humans. As far as the digital conversation is concerned, yes, there is a digital divide in terms of technologies and devices, but there's a new phenomenon, which is mobile telephony, which arrives everywhere. There are many countries which are behind in terms of development, but we find indicators on the way mobile telephones and the web are spread, which are very advanced indeed. And there is a debate there on satellite and the fact that satellites are geostationary over developing countries, but they are not shared. It's an interesting debate, of course, but this depends on the reform of governance of some common assets, such as the ability to connect. So anyway, these are all interesting themes which all converge towards a reconceptualization of what Chiara Lubich understood as unity at the end of the day. We have a question from Brazil for Maurizio Gentilini, Lausialino, if I'm pronouncing correctly. And you spoke about the influence of the thought of Rosmini on Igino Giordani, and then you quoted other thinkers such as Maritain. In your research on the life of Chiara Lubich, what can you say, and which other thinkers at the time have influenced her? So the thinkers who influenced Chiara rather than Chiara's collaborators. How long have we got for this? We have 3 minutes.
Si parte sempre da
we always start from the difference between charismatic experience, which intuits between history and prophecy, as I tried. This is the title of my book, but it's also the line of my contribution, my speech earlier. The prophet and the charismatic understands, intuits, and takes where us humans, us simple rational beings need to get to through long itineraries of study. I tried to highlight some possible contributions, and I focused on a line of continuity which seems evident and which between CHIARA LUBICH and the Rosmini political thought, which is all about the city of Trento, and it goes via interpreters of Rosmini, Luigi Sturzo, at the beginning of the 1900s, his disciple as Igino Giordani, and then other cultural components, which certainly were part of her Igino Giordani's cultural baggage. I quoted community personalism of French inspiration, and also components and reflections coming from the German world, mediated through certain circles, cultural Catholic circles. I'm thinking about Brescia around Morcelliana, animated by Giovanni Battista Montini Ricascioli, who translated first the thoughts of Romano Guardini. But there could be infinite answers and opportunities. And then this is the season of Chiara's training, who meets Giordani in 48 and has with him this special relationship of interpreting. He interprets her spiritual intuitions, and she probably acquires from Giordani a series of possible itineraries of political cultures. Then clearly in the evolution, as the charism matures and the activity of the Focolare explode at the end of the 40s and then in the 50s, the possible components of culture, political culture, not only and more, could be infinite. I can think perhaps by thinking that the relationship of Focolare was Eastern Europe in the 50s, with their very special activity there, which still needs to be the object of study. And there are clearly valuable contributions published so far, but I think this is a story which needs to be widened and studied in depth. How much the relationship with this kingdom of evil, as it was defined by basic Catholic culture, is interpreted by Chiara's charism, is in her vision of the world, and accompanies her and accompanies this reading of the experience of real socialism till the end peoples, because it wasn't a mistake. It was a direction of history which has had a beginning and an end, and now we need to take the world towards an area of greater unity without the great ideological divides which qualified the 1900s. There could be infinite possibilities. It would suffice to follow the chronology of Chiara's activity and the movement in order to perceive a series of inputs and possible contacts and cultural influences. I wasn't able to do this in 20 minutes speech. I can't do it in a 3-minute answer, and scholars will have infinite opportunities here. But I will highlight this, and I will do this later today as well, that relationship which was not direct, but is incredibly close with the visions of Giorgio La Pira. Thank you. There would be a long possibility for the intellectual genealogy of the thoughts of the 1900s in the life of Chiara Lubich. I'm thinking, for example, about the relational dynamics between communities and personalism in Pugne, which influenced many environments of Catholicism. I believe that we have now reached the end of this session. I thank all our speakers for having given us such a varied vision of the social cultural idea of Chiara's thought. I think there is a break. When do we start again?
Ecco, allora, sì, davvero ringraziamo per
Yes, thank you for this time together, this lively sharing. I take advantage of the floor to remind you all about the mobile number you can send observations and questions to, +39 380 654 1677. So we meet again at 11:55 Italy time. Thank you.
Eccoci rientrati nella nostra sala fisica e virtuale, benvenuti a tutti nuovamente. Mi è stato detto di ricordare ancora una volta il numero di cellulare perché vorremmo il più possibile che, nonostante le difficoltà oggettive, questo fosse un momento anche di dibattito, di condivisione. Quindi ripeto, più 39 380 654 1677. Abbiamo avuto degli echi interessanti anche dalla Francia, utilizzeremo tutte le vostre suggestioni eventualmente anche successivamente nelle pubblicazioni. Ci sono stati questa mattina più di 450 punti di ascolto e abbiamo saputo che ieri le visualizzazioni dei nostri social, del canale YouTube più che altro che ha trasmesso l'evento in streaming, è arrivata a quasi poco meno di 8.000. Quindi capiamo anche il fatto che non sono tutti in contemporanea.
8,000, so they're not all of them at the same time because of the time zone differences. But it is very good that an event that seemed limited to a few people present can be open to many people all over the world. So let us begin the second session of the morning by leaving out the thematic deepening to get into dialogue with the meaningful figures of the century. This roundtable will be chaired by Giuseppe Ferrandi, who is director of the Foundation Historical Museum of the Trentino region, which is one of the partners of this event. And with him we shared many interesting adventures, and one of these is still in progress, that is the exhibition consecrated to Chiara Lubich for the year of the centenary, and at present not visible yet, but still in the galleries of Trent. So I give the floor to Giuseppe Ferrandi, moderator of this roundtable.
Grazie Anna Maria.
Thank you, Anna Maria. Of course, I would have liked to be there with you at the National Library in Rome, but it is always a good indicator of success when a meeting of this kind, such a meeting with a big scientific quality, can switch on further questions and will to deepen things, and it proposes in this roundtable some convergences between figures that can be very meaningful. I can witness, I don't consider myself as an expert of Chiara Lubich or the profile of these three extraordinary prophets that we'll deal with in this second part of the morning. But this effect of progressive discovery and overall discovery of these relations is really important. But first of all, on behalf of the foundation of the Historical Museum of Trentine region and of our community so much connected to Chiara, to show our satisfaction to have been involved as a partner in this meeting. So besides emphasizing my feelings of gratitude and deep friendship with our friends of the Chiara Lubich Center that was committed in this year of preparation, more than 1 year preparation for the centenary, and increasing among us a very nice spirit of sharing, I think, which is to be ascribed to the ideal of unity. But we have until Easter our exhibition, but also with an online version, even if physically maybe it can be seen by only a few people. so that we can then implement the supply of the data. And I shift to the topic because time is quite limited. I think in the framework of a scientific reflection on the historical experience and the thought of a figure such as CHIARA LUBICH, we could not avoid considering the prophetic dimension, the hermeneutical dimension that finds its synthesis in the relationship between spirituality and action, between history and prophecy. So CHIARA LUBICH is to be considered among the charismatic figures of the 20th century, figures that understood and anticipated the change of time that humankind was going to face at the end of a century that was very full of tragedies, but also progress, opportunities, but also many steps backwards. We are at the onset of modernity and at the threshold of a new millennium. Chiara understood the need for a radical change of paradigm, needed a special toolbox, very different, a new way to interpret reality, including the dimension of the faith, and offer a new vision of the world, and redefine many of the traditional concepts which are the basis of human coexistence. Talking about economics, rights, peace, environment, etc. And elaborate new rules to guarantee a new future to humankind. This skill to see beyond and in anticipation, which is typical of prophets, is a common feature we have with three more figures of the 20th century that we'll deal with in these roundtables. The three very important names that each one on its own would deserve a whole meeting. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, Simone Weil, and Mahatma Gandhi. So three figures who with their thought and their witness faith have characterized in a crucial way the first half of the 20th century, and they are protagonists of the crisis of civilization, the one that was defined as the age of catastrophe between the two world wars, and offering to this crisis some very important responses that are still very topical. In introducing Professor Antonio Trupiano, I want to mention the famous message that Dietrich Bonhoeffer sent to his Anglican bishop friend George Bell the day before his hanging in the Nazi jail of Flossenburg on April the 8th of 1945. Bonhoeffer wrote, "Tell him that this is the end for me, but it is also the beginning. Together with him, I believe in the principle of our Christian universal brotherhood that can be elevated beyond any national interest, and I believe that our victory is certain." End of quotation. Bonhoeffer is a great witness of reflection on the civil ethics opposing to totalitarianism. He followed the following of Christ in a historical condition imbued with violence, and about the meaning of a personal faith declined in a world that became adult, that eliminated the assumption of the God as someone who fills all the gaps. Testimony that is imbued with a faith that wants to give a concrete dimension to the world within history. Antonio Trupiano is professor of epistemology, metaphysics, and hermeneutics at the Pontifical Theological Faculty of Southern Italy. Since 2015, he has been director of the Institute of Philosophy, author of many essays on issues of contemporary philosophy, with a special reference to Bonhoeffer, Bernard Lonergan, and Gadamer, as well as other authors. Please, Professor Trupiano, I give you the floor.
Thank you for this opportunity, for this invitation, which has been prepared thanks to my sharing with my friend Lucia. We've obviously been in contact for 50 years, and this is not the first opportunity we've had to speak about Chiara and the movement. When Lucia proposed this intervention, this contribution, I was a little concerned, which is that to try to avoid forcing it, because when in a session in dialogue we associate histories and personalities and different stories, we should not at all costs slide into ironism. The fusion of horizons and hermeneutics is not something peaceful. Sometimes it can conflagrate because we need to place in dialogue and in relation horizons which are different and try to find what is in common. And I must say that the opportunity to reread some pages of Bonhoeffer and some pages of Chiara has confirmed this idea, i.e. that it is possible to find through that very unitary action that God operates in history, through the conscience of honest persons and his disciples, it is possible to find convergence which do not annihilate differences. And I had identified a series of themes on which I could develop this brief contribution of mine. I will choose only a few, but I would quote the various themes of possible deepening of this dialogue between Bonhoeffer and Chiara, certainly taking on responsibility in the harshest years of the 1900s, certainly the ecumenical commitment, which gave everybody the opportunity to look to a range of religious confessions. Of course, commitment for peace and the sharing of that season of newness, which is qualified by Vatican II through Bonhoeffer. This was seen as a precursor, and Chiara was fully lived out in the full legacy of that season. The care for training and formation of brothers, a critique of a religiosity which is ritualism or external aspects. And on this, I found a much more convergent than I knew than myself. Central role of prayer and the word. These are just some of the items which we could go through. I've chosen three. I will say briefly about the first, which I talked about in terms of prophetic existence in dark times. During the biography of both, there were some turning point years which are distinguished by the tragic time of the historical moment and the recognition of a personal vocation in taking on responsibility. For Bonhoeffer, certainly 1933 is one of these years due to the internal events in Nazi Germany, and in particular the following year, an introductory conference was held at the World League, an ecumenical body, where Bonhoeffer spoke and said, peace is not security. And this goes back to some items which came back in the speeches in the first session today, because Bonhoeffer asks as a question, what do we think? Do we think that peace comes from economic transactions, investments of banks, or attempts on the part of policymakers, or perhaps on an exchange of weapons for a preemptive peace? Peace does not come from this. This, in fact, consolidates a logic of self-defense, privilege of self, and in itself, this prepares war, and therefore peace is not security. Peace means daring. Peace means risking. It means exposing in first person. It means the be available to renounce privileges which have been acquired in the name of communion and sharing with our brothers. This theme, I believe, calls us into play at this time of history we are going through, because we confuse in a deforming manner the search for well-being, peace, and fulfillment with a happiness which is purely self-referential. Let's save ourselves. Another salient moment of Bonhoeffer at the beginning of the 40s, he writes a balance on his life and the history of Germany, and he highlights the lack of ground beneath the feet of his generation and the youngest generations. And he says, before this complete fragmentation of planning, this difficulty in looking to tomorrow, there are people who become lost in the anxiety of the present moment, and doing so they never take decisions. Or there are people who project in dreams towards the future, but which are a pure evasion from the present moment. Whereas the true question of responsibility is, how should we behave at this point in time, thinking about the coming generation? This is a very widespread theme, as you know, in other ethical perspectives of the 20th century, the theme of responsibility for others and responsibility for the future. Bonhoeffer, in 1939, finds himself in the United States for study and personal training, and he decides unexpectedly, after a few nights of wake, to return to Germany. This is where my people are, this is where I should be, he writes. And some images of Chiara's life in 1943 echo that. During the most atrocious bombing of the city of Trent, she decides to remain in that city, to share with the poorest and with her initial companions, her first friends, the fate of that historic moment. Chiara remembers this by saying that we cannot talk about the history of the movement without mentioning its origins during the time of war and bombing. And in this sense, what I said earlier with a certain surprise, I like the insistence with Chiara, almost with Bonhoeffer accents, narrative, shows her juxtaposition to that do-gooder external religiosity, which cannot be an effective sign of the presence of the Lord Jesus. Chiara writes, wants from us not just religious people who believe in him and love him through some beautiful devotion, but people who know him, who feel his presence among them, some experts as to who Jesus is in our midst. And only if we are experts about him, we can be his witness. My second item, briefly, the central element of the Word of God. This is a theme which is very close to Bonhoeffer and his position in the evangelical church, and very important for Chiara as well in the history of the movement. Bonhoeffer talks about some stages of his life, particularly in 1936, in a letter to a friend, and he says that though he has preached a lot and studied and taught theology many times, it was only there was a sudden awakening when he reads the Sermon of the Mount, where he decides that his life should change direction, and he begins an intense and passionate cohabitation with the Bible, particularly with the Old Testament, in the conviction that the saving grace of God is historical and it enters in the lives of peoples, not something external, platonic, which belongs to some outer heaven. And he insists in saying that the God of the Bible is not the God, as the moderator said, which is a sandbagger, that who we ask to sort out the parts of life we can't deal with. He is not beyond humanity. He is at the center of our life, and this is where we seek him. This is where he meets us, and that is where we witness him. Hence the experience of those wonderful years from 1935 onwards, when Bonhoeffer was the director of training seminaries of the confessing church, the church which was alternative to the regime church. This very bad schism had created, and in the seminaries, where the students also cohabited, Bonhoeffer recommends the daily exercise of listening to the word as an exercise, not just in a ritual or mechanical way, but as every exercise, it needs to be done with truth and with loyalty. He writes a moving time. He says, God asks me for time for prayer. God wants my time. He has entered into my life. Bonhoeffer writes unwillingly how often that this is misunderstood even by many priests. And this is a history which is often repeated. Sometimes in our environments at home, we realize that other priorities come about, and the accusation was that of an attitude which is almost intimate. There's war, there's politics, there are other urgent things to do. Why dedicate so much time to the prayer and to the reading of the Bible? In the history of the movement, we see the same attention which from the very beginning at the air raid shelters, CHIARA appealed to the importance of the reading of the gospel. And she continues in many ways when she asks, for example, she says, we live the word of God in a radical way so that it breaks our eye, or is the word just balsam for our souls? And this is a strong point of conversion, not just a softish and liquid Christianity, a refuge of depressed souls, but a Christianity which is audacious, a word which places you in doubt and in crisis, as per the prophets. On the other hand, the word which lives us out, as CHIARA said, it shows about this intimate relationship in the listening of the word of God. I move on to my last point, as I still have a few minutes. And the third point I had chosen is about the importance of life, shared life, life in communality. The experience of Bonhoeffer is these seminaries for preachers, which he had directed till 37, when Gestapo closed them, and then they continued in hiding for a few more years. But Bonhoeffer gives great importance to listening and to prayer as constituent dimensions of these training seminaries. But he also gives importance to the aspect of a relationship, because the experience lived out of an encounter with others is actually the experience preparing for listening and dialogue outside the community. And there is a theme that he deals with in the early pages of cohabitation and common life, and this is the distinction between love as psychic love and as pneumatic communion, because that psychic dimension, which sometimes corresponds to a psychological desire for company, is in fact risky, because, and it's a risk which can insinuate itself. We look for others in order to compensate something which is lacking, a need for company, which is certainly very important, but it's not at all enough. In the spiritual pneumatic communion, the communion which is sought out, but it is sought out looking to this communion with the Lord, and therefore it is a communion where we do not choose one another based on our characters or the sharing of one's taste, but we listen to one another and we encounter one another sharing the table and the word of good. Psychic love, Bonhoeffer writes, has an image of the other, of what they should be, what they are, and therefore it tends to manipulate, whereas pneumatic love encourages us to listen to others, to welcome them, and also to deal with them. The complex experience of forgiveness. Seminarians, he used to say to seminarians that there should be a request for forgiveness and intercession. I am approaching my conclusion, which is obvious and to be taken for granted in a way. What happens in the Focolare is an experience of shared communal life. And from what I understand, they do not privilege the dimension of company, but pneumatic love. And Chiara writes, the sentiment of Jesus were replaced ours. His way of thinking replaced ours. His way of loving replaced ours. We loved not motivated by interest or empathy. Everybody felt the need and the pain of our brothers, and these brothers we had not sought out especially, but we accepted as they came. I would conclude by recalling to mind the attention which is devoted by Chiara and the spirituality of the movement to Jesus on the cross. In this poem written in prison, Bonhoeffer asks somehow for a conversion of our way of moving towards God, a passage through the encounter of God, of Jesus donating life, and understand its newness for believers and non-believers. The gift of self accomplished by the Lord is leaven in the mass of history. And he writes, men go to God in their tribulation. They cry for help. They ask for happiness and bread, salvation from illness, responsibility and death. So everybody, Christians and pagans, with no distinction. Men go to God in his tribulation. They find him poor, mistreated, without a roof, without bread. They see he is consumed by sin, weakness, and death, close to God. They are in his passion. God goes to all men in their tribulation. He satiates the body and the soul with his bread. For Christians and pagans on the cross, he suffers death. To these and to them, he donates remission. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you indeed. Thank you very much. And can you hear me?
Sì, sentiamo bene.
So thank you very much, Professor Trupiano, for this prophetic dialogue, but with these admonitions that you wanted to emphasize in distinguishing between philological reading and the capacity to get closer to a concerted text and situations in such an appropriate way. Now I give the floor to hear about Simon Verita, Professor Giulia Paola Di Nicola, who will talk about this extraordinary figure of a woman against the current that in her book, the Expectation of God gives a definition of the fullness of love for the neighbor, that is simply being capable of asking what is your torment. I think it is reflection, the true love for the neighbor and the authentic character of love and reciprocity that becomes the communion, brings up easily, as we'll see, to establish equivalences with the reflection of CHIARA LUBICH when she experiences the moment when Jesus suffered the most was on the cross, when he cried his despair for being forsaken by the Father, and the apex of divine love coincides with Jesus forsaken, crucified and forsaken. So the invitation that occurs in reflection on the page of the final will of Jesus that all may be one. So Giulia Paolo de Nicola, we already heard her, she was already introduced yesterday, the moderator. She's writer of essays, university professor. I just want to remind her book, she wrote with Maria Clara Bever, Unveil Inhabit Contradiction. So I give you the floor, Professor De Nicola. Please turn on the microphone, Professor De Nicola. We cannot hear you.
Non sentiamo, non si sente.
Ok, sì, scusate, sì.
Okay.
Dico, mi corre l'obbligo di chiarire che è stato
So I have to clarify that I wrote these texts with Attilio, the book with Attilio Danese, even with Maria Clara Winkemann. I wrote other books. So I get into the topic immediately. I search for several convergences, but without taking out anything to the differences that are very different, but I want to subline the convergences. These are two women who marked the 20th century, encouraging to reformulate the prevailing categories. In front of them, it is impossible to remain different. Either we love them or we reject them. They did not get to know each other. They did not share epochal events. We can think of the council, but also the new technologies. Simone Weil was born in 1999 from a Jewish family, bourgeois family, with a white culture, but rigorously agnostic, also in the educational field. The first two St. Justice would lead her to the self-expoliation and an unexpected encounter with Jesus Christ. The Chiara was born in 1920 from a mother with a very strong faith, father a socialist typewriter, and the gospel led her to a charismatic illumination that will give way to this big international ecumenical movement. The truth coincides for Chiara with the Christ of the Scripture. For Simone, it is thirst of soul for the search of peace present in all culture. Chiara puts her books in the loft. Simone devours the books. Until those contradictions that are like a barrier to the pride of reason, the pantheism of faith that open the floor to the Spirit of God. Chiara chose a chosen God. Simone says she was taken by him. Chiara is surrounded by many sisters, brothers and sisters, and when she died, her funeral is a triumph. Simone has a few friends. At her funeral, 34 years old, only 7 people go, and the priest does not arrive in time. Both live overwhelming experience of the war. Chiara assisted to the collapse of ideals. Simone, pacifist by ideal, asked her friend Schumann to use her in action for sabotage to fight Nazism. Both show a special consistency between ideas and behavior, between mystics and socio-political commitment. Simone, until the end, did exactly what she could in political action. Chiara is nourished since her childhood of the sacraments because she has a different relationship with the church. Chiara is based on those who listen to you, listen to me. Simone is critical against any dogmas and anything that can blocks thought. And Simone does not want to receive the sacrament, but she lives mystical experiences that are unknown to most Christians. For both of them, when there are no hierarchy in sacraments, there is always love and the obedience to the inspirations of the Spirit. Simone Weil wrote, if we could conceive that we get damned by obeying to God and we are saved by disobeying to Him, also in this case, I would choose obedience. End of quotation. Chiara says she never wrote books, and Simone also did not write books, but many articles and especially many notes on the famous notebooks that was made public after her death by Camus, Father Perrin, her parents, Thibon and Petremont. Abbot Petremont. Chiara distributes to everyone her spirituality through the network of the movement. Simone has a more elitarian vocation, although after her death she continues to attract admirers all over the world. They both experience the need for a new holiness in our time. Chiara a collective one based on mutual love, and for Simone a genial sanctity, a new revelation of the universe. And I question, is it only a coincidence that in the year of the death of Simone in 1943 was the same year established for the birth of the Focolare movement, as almost passing the testimony. So there are many points that have to skip, but I will talk now about Jesus in midst and Jesus forsaken. As a girl, Simone was attracted by purity, not because the church spoke about this, but she wrote at 16, after purity took hold of me by contemplating a mountain landscape, and that became irresistible. Then she wrote, thanks to her friend of 15 years old, desire and friendship is a great sin. Friendship must be a free joy. It belongs to the order of grace. To desire to escape solitude is a weakness. Friendship must not be searched for. We shouldn't dream for it or desire it. We exercise it. It is a virtue. When she reads the gospel, she's impressed by the sentence of Jesus, where this is about Chiara, of course. When two or three are gathered in my name, I am in the midst of them. And she gets convinced that interpersonal relations have in Christ the third one, the mediation between unity and distinction, that the Greek have so much search for in the mathematical and philosophical logic. It is impossible, she wrote, that two human beings are one, and nonetheless they scrupulously respect the distance that separates them if a God is not present in each one. The meeting point of the parallels is at infinity, writes Simone Weil. The incarnation of Christianity implies a harmonious solution of the problem of the relationship between individuals and collectiveness. Harmony in the Pythagorean sense, the right balance of the opposites. Everybody knows that there is no intimate conversation more than in two or three. Even if you're 5 or 6, the collective language becomes to prevail. Christ did not say 200, he says there is always a third one in the intimacy of a Christian friendship. And she concludes that this is the perfect image of the eternal and happy act, which is the life of the Trinity. You know that Chiara turns the same sentence of Matthew into a milestone of her spirituality. The previous one was about Simone Weil. So Chiara said that we don't live for ourselves, but we live for each other. We generate Christ, and we are grafted into the Trinitarian love by Christ. According to Simone Weil, we all have the possibility to be mediators between God and the part of creation that was entrusted to us. Simone Weil wrote, we have to imitate Christ because our vocation is to be mediators. It is not a professional role. It is not right. We become mediators if we can be uprooted from life in order to be born again. Intermediaries are a few. They are the suppliers, not the consumers that are missing for this kind of products. But if we have intermediaries, they are very important in the life of society. A hidden pearl, she wrote, in the bottom, at the bottom of a field is not visible, but like in chemical reactions, the catalyzers or the bacteria the very small grains of pure good operate in a decisive way for their very presence, for the good of their very presence. End of quotation. So the non-believers can do this, and anyone who can capture the light as the chlorophyll captures the sunlight. And she writes, I feel an inner certitude that there is a deposit of pure gold to be deposited in myself. The observation of my contemporaries persuade me that nobody is ready to receive this. I am convinced that the most fervent Christians do not concentrate their attention when they read the gospel. The abandon, that is the forsaken, third point. At the center of the relationship with Christ, both for Chiara and for Simone, there is the crucifix. Simone is raptured by this reality of a God who loses his power. She wrote, if the gospel omitted any reference to the resurrection of Christ, faith would be easier. But the cross is sufficient for me. And she wonders how many would recognize the word in that miserable who hangs from the cross, certainly not his friends, but the thief who saw justice the way Plato conceived it, very distinguished, perfect, nude, through the appearance of a criminal. And Plato, by supposing that he would not be recognized just by the gods, he recognizes the word of God. My God, why did you abandon me? The episode of the good thief should make it clear that every conception of God that is incompatible with pure love. Instead, with different degrees, all the others are true. More than the physical suffering, Simone admires the fact that Christ was submitted to a death penalty, and he was a failed God. She wrote, even if Christ was in a way the first of martyrs, in another sense he was not a martyr. He was mocked about as those crazy people who believe they are kings, but then he died as a criminal. There is a prestige connected to the martyr, and he was totally deprived of it. He went under supplice death after having in vain asked the Father to save him, and in vain he asked his friends to console him. And the mystery of the cross of Christ dwells in a contradiction, because at the same time it is a voluntary offer and a punishment. How can the very high God and this crucified corpse can be united? So there is a sort, the Holy Spirit withdrew from Christ, he wrote. That is why passion is redemption, for there to be an absolute model of a unification of the contraries, which had to be a dissolution of unity. As to Chiara, we do know her love for Jesus forsaken. Remembering Saint Therese, who by seeing that she was vomiting blood, she said, "This is my bridegroom." And Chiara wrote, I only have one spouse on earth, Jesus forsaken. I have no God out of him. In him there is all paradise with eternity, and the whole earth with the humankind. Simone remains on the contradictions that for long had tormented her intellectually, but now they have a supernatural solution, and it is passion, a different solution without sin, putting the cross aside, but this would be just, she wrote, sin is a bad union of the contraries. The sin introduces a dissonance into the perfect harmony. It is not possible to re-establish a perfect harmony, but it is only possible through a perfect harmonization that implies a previous integral dissonance. The uniting power of a crucified Christ embraces the cosmos. The distress resounds perpetually in the universe at the bottom of the silence, as to separate and merge the notes, like in a pure and endearing harmony that tears us. Here's the word of God. Those who persevere in love hear this note even at the bottom of the discouragement. It is at the center in this adventure that the mercy of God shines. If by persevering in love we fall to the point that in which the soul cannot avoid crying, my God, why have you forsaken me? Without stopping to love, we eventually touch something which is not misfortune, and it is not joy either, but it is the very love of God, the joy and sweetness of the contact. The misfortune is the wound of the contact itself, but what matters is only this contact, not the way in which it happens. End of quotation. Chiara, and I conclude with this, in the Paradise of 49, reports that she entered the church, but she could not address Jesus because she was like an empty chalice. And I'm about to say Jesus, but I cannot say because I am Jesus. And so from her mouth, the word Father comes. This is the last prayer, Simone, who shows her total identification with the obedient servant. Father, that all this be taken out from me, devoured by God, transformed into substance of Christ, and given to be eaten by the unlucky. And may I be a paralytic, blind, an idiot. Father, please make this transformation straight away in the name of Christ. And even if I ask for it with an imperfect faith, answer to my demand as if I pronounced it with a perfect faith. Take out from me this body and this soul to turn them into your things, and don't leave in me eternally that this division exists. Or rather, nothing is better. It is better. So Simone does not have the joyful character of the spirituality of the risen Christ, the characteristic in which Christ gives his life. She prefers it to be nailed and alone to the suffering Christ in her side. On the contrary, Chiara reverses on everyone the whole paradise that the forsaken Jesus has opened to her. Thank you.
Grazie davvero, professoressa. Sono convinto che il testo.
Professor, I am certain that the written text will also allow us to taste better all those themes that you mentioned, but which, however, do give us a great wealth. And the third and last prophet with whom we try to get CHIARA LUBICH to speak to is Gandhi. And we will do so by listening to the video of Dr. Vino Aram, a pediatrician, medical doctor with important international CV, and president of Shanti Ashram, an organization for the development founded in 1986 and inspired to the visions of Gandhi himself, as well as being an important collaborator in institutions at an international level. We are moving into a prophet who was a protagonist of the first half of the 20th century. We know his story full well, an experience of non-violent action felt for the first time in South Africa, and then after his return to India, where he was a protagonist and leader of the independence of this great country, and his very death caused by a fanatic and fed by nationalism was a part of this story. Harks back to what Professor Riccardi said at the beginning of this meeting of us, relating to prophecies which can really go beyond the 1900s, dealing with the horrors and the contradictions of history, even in the small and peripheral Trento. In the years of CHIARA LUBICH's formation, there was somebody who was interested in Gandhi the psychiatrist Beppino Disertori, who was a spiritualist, a partisan, and also along with Igino Lubich, part of the Committee for National Liberation, the partisan organization. And Gandhi, there was having read a booklet about Gandhi, perhaps there is at least an environmental influence between this leaflet, which was found in Chiara's house, and something which might have happened in her thought. So I would ask you to start the video.
What Mahatma Gandhi prepared the world to receive. This is the theme that I've chosen for my presentation today. I'm doing this presentation in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. 188 countries have been affected. As of today, the 17th of February, we know that almost 100 million people have tested positive, 10 million of who have tested positive are in India. This crisis is not just a public health crisis. We know 1.5 billion children have been affected by the consequential learning crisis. Many have dropped into poverty because of the economic crisis, and many in the midst of the mental health crisis are asking themselves, what could be our new lifestyle? What could be the way in which we can retrieve for ourselves more quiet, more calm, and more unity within? I think it is in this context that I would like to speak on the theme in 4 different sections. I'd like to look at Mahatma Gandhi and how he prepared the world to receive new ideas and new ways of working. I would like to deconstruct what we call the prophetic voice, the voice of Mahatma Gandhi that we have heard, but we've been inspired from as well. This is the year that we are celebrating the centenary of Madam CHIARA LUBICH, and therefore I would like to dwell a little bit on her experience, on her mystical experience and her prophetic voice. But of course, it's not only about historical appreciation. I would like to see how that transcends and translates into the way we live in the 21st century. When I think of Mahatma Gandhi, I'm reminded of the backdrop of the 20th century in which he lived. You know, around the world, there was colonization, there was social stratification, there was marginalization, there was poverty, dehumanizing poverty, and there was this quest for winning justice over injustice. We also saw that the call for freedom, the call for justice, the call for coming together to build a new world. In fact, an ethical renaissance was in the making, even as the number of nation states increased. In this backdrop of the 20th century, Mahatma Gandhi was doing something very unique. He was drawing on 2 values from his own tradition: the value of truth, satya, and the value of non-violence, ahimsa, and integrating it in the way that he wanted to visualize a different future. You know, and what Gandhiji did was he integrated it both in the way that he lived as a leader, but in the way that he brought people together. Gandhiji, of course, referred to the relationship between means and ends. He said ends cannot justify means, and he integrated in those means satya, truth, ahimsa, non-violence. We could ask ourselves, was this a completely new paradigm? And the answer is no, it wasn't new. Gandhiji himself in his words said they were as old as the hills. But what Gandhiji presented to us in his own words, he said, I experimented with these 2 values at scale. And one experiment after the other, I integrated these values. And Gandhiji said with candid openness that he erred at times, but he learned from his errors. But in the process, he was presenting to the world the application of these 2 values in the way that we solve the world's problems. Gandhiji, of course, has been discussed a lot in the way that he impacted the freedom struggle of India. He impacted discourses on social justice around the world in the way that he spoke about the need for gender equality and building peace with children. These were all areas that he impacted, and they've been studied a lot. What I want to dwell in my presentation today is the way that he protected, he nurtured, he constantly was in communion with his inner voice. He did so by, I think, a commitment to personal progress and personal empowerment. He did not believe in this personal liberation only for himself. He was aspiring for the collective liberation of his people as well. This was his distinguishing aspect. What Mahatma Gandhi also did, he placed sadhana, the routine of everyday practice, in the way that he lived, and he nurtured this light within. He came from a tradition where the cycle of sankalpa, deciding to do something, sadhana, practicing it the whole day, and finally the humility to place it at the feet of the divine, or the inner voice as he called, and finding the quiet calm at night, the samadhi, so that he could find new energy to start in the morning. This cycle was a repetitive cycle, not in just everyday life, but also I think in his life course. And he presented this also to everybody who came and worked with him. Gandhiji said beautifully in his own words, "My mission is not just to win the freedom for the people of India." He said, "That takes all my time today and all of my mind. But as we win that struggle, I hope my commitment, my spirit, and my hard work, my sadhana will also go in creating brotherhood, universal brotherhood beyond national boundaries." This is what made Gandhiji so special, Mahatma Gandhi so special. He heard the voice within, the voice that he found through prayer, in his own sacrifice and in his own way of finding meaningful ways of living his values. He also found it in the pain and the suffering of others. He was tremendously inspired by St. Francis of Assisi. He said the idea of voluntary poverty was something that came to him from St. Francis. Mahatma Gandhi therefore presented to the world this possibility of listening to your inner voice, but also living this voice with others. You know, Gandhiji had wonderful friendships with people around the world, and one such friendship was with an Italian nun called Sister Maria. And Sister Maria famously wrote to him in one of his letters, they exchanged letters. She said, "I need more breath." I think Gandhiji, like many, many visionaries, always looked for the breath and the space to experiment, but also to go within. They created additional space within so that they could find the resolve and the reserve to do great things. So if you look at that prophetic voice of Mahatma Gandhi in the way that he integrated these values into his life, one could say that the creative and the lasting contributions of Mahatma Gandhi to humanity was this tool of satyagraha, of using truth to realize that large and inclusive vision of Sarvodaya, Sarva Udayam. What is that prophetic voice that we are referring to and that we are celebrating today? I think in preparing for this talk, I wanted to go deeper into the understanding of the prophetic voice itself. So deconstructing the prophetic voice was a very important part of preparation for this talk. I, in fact, reached out to Archbishop Felix Machado, a very well-known theologian, the Archbishop of Versailles, and someone who's distinguished himself as a leader in the interfaith dialogue movement. And I asked him, Your Grace, does it mean a prophetic voice is one who upholds truth? Does it mean that he is able to live the inner voice with people around him in realizing a larger vision, a larger mission? Or is it someone, the prophetic voice is someone who builds people in their mind, in their hearts, and through their action in preparing for a future that is yet to be? And Archbishop Machado told me, it's all of it, but it's something more. In the Catholic world, he said, God had a plan. He had a plan to save the human race from the errors that it was potentially capable of. He sent a vision, a message, but he also sent his first leaders when the original sin happened. And the first leaders had the responsibility of helping unfold God's plan. He also says the first leaders, the prophets, and prophets came at various times in history, and Archbishop Machado said, just like Moses and Isaiah, the contemporary prophets could include Mahatma Gandhi, and they spoke about this ethical path, this path that was enriched by values in solving the problems of the future, in preparing for the future. It is in this context, I think, I am particularly encouraged to think of the value of the prophetic voice in the midst of a crisis. As we go forward, post-COVID-19, and we look ahead in building a good future, we should also look back and see what was said by people of other fields. Isaac Newton, the much-loved scientist, had his own words to describe what it meant to build on the work and the vision of prophets. He said, if I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. So there is a practical implication as well when we revisit the value of prophetic voices and the defining moments in history that moved us from one point to an elevated position in history. It's 2021, and in January we celebrated 100 years of Madame CHIARA LUBICH, the centenary of CHIARA LUBICH, and CHIARA's vision, the way in which she took forward her own experience to the world. I will not forget that CHIARA was only 19 in the midst of World War II, set in her own hometown of Trentino, discovering the power of unity. In 1949, when she, with her friends, withdrew from the world, spent some time in Tornadico against the backdrop of the Dolomite Mountains, she said she experienced something very precious. She said she experienced light, she experienced a mystical experience in which she discovered the reason for the bond of unity. She also said in prayer, in rest, in meditation, the seeds of the movement were strengthened. She was reminded that this was God's will, and that is why she moved down with her friends to the real world, humanity that was immersed in darkness, and it was their desire to work so that this darkness will be redeemed with unity, with joy, and with the faith that stirred within her to see that the world would be a better place. I think it's very important to look at CHIARA LUBICH's life in totality. Throughout her wonderful life, she did something that was so special and something that we could draw upon even today. She was open. She was open to new ideas. She was in constant attention of the world that was around her. She was responsive. This light within also made her more responsive to the challenges around. She had the capacity and the readiness to live in the midst of conflict and contrast. Something that is often a challenge, because you have to live, I think, with a lot of hope in the midst of contrast and conflict. She also was continuously looking for what unites us. And this is where I think she found an attitude. She found a genuine attitude of measuring events with the yardstick of bringing polar opposites. Remember, she worked for poverty. She said people have to stand by one another. Remember, she influenced the world of politics, and she says politics is also an act of faith. You have to uphold truth here. She worked in the area of economics, and she once told me in a wonderful conversation that I had, she said, you need hearts to move goods. Even economic progress requires humanization. It requires that empathy and that care. These dimensions, which were profoundly human and typical of today's era, was not as typical in the times that she lived, in the backdrop of the 20th century. And therefore, in her, we find again, I think, a celebration of life, but a celebration of a vision that embraced human unity as a central piece. And I think this dynamic relationship between the spoken word and the writing, as she explains, was a materialization of thought. But what CHIARA did was also a dynamic relationship that included thought, word, and impact. That her thought, her mystical experience translated into thought, it translated into deed and action, and it translated in the ways that it brought people together. I think it's so important that she called this intuitive. It was an intuition of truth. And in the way she communicated this vision, she, I think, allowed for people to come together. The Focolare movement is just one concrete expression of it. Many, many, many people around the world have been influenced by her way of life to see love that is central in relationships. She often said, you stand for others and others stands for you. For her, there was no challenge in looking at both these units as recipients of equal love and dignity. She, of course, was a prophetic voice, and she said, be aware that the fire that does not grow, this fire of love, this fire of unity, this fire of looking at the world deeply immersed by God's grace, but also deeply immersed in the desire to live a good life. If this is not nurtured, it will be extinguished. So as we celebrate her century, I want to remind all of us who've had the good fortune to be with Chiara, to be reminded of ways in which she sustained this beautiful vision of unity within her, and how she gave us through her life and her practical lessons ways to sustain this fire for love and this fire for unity. And therefore, in this moment, as we celebrate the centenary, I think thinking of Chiara necessitates us to think beyond the 20th century to the 21st century. As we speak of how to sustain the lessons learned from the lives of leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Madam CHIARA LUBICH, I'm reminded of another leader of their times, and someone who I had the privilege of calling Appa, my father, Dr. Aram. He was the one who introduced me to Madam Natalia Dalla Piccola, the pioneer in the area of interreligious dialogue. He was the one who introduced me to Madam CHIARA LUBICH, and I want to remember them because it was also a young girl who was receiving warmth and affection, direction and wisdom from these wonderful leaders. In fact, preparing for this talk to mark the centenary of Chiara, I used the materials from my father's library, his own book, Apostle of Peace, who allowed me to go deeper into the life and work of Mahatma Gandhi, but also I think to look deeper into what my generation can offer as a concrete testimony to that prophetic call, to that call for living unity. As we are in the midst of the 21st century, we have to look around and see what is the relevance of the time. We also have to look at the COVID-19 crisis that is gripping us all. Almost 188 countries. I think in the midst of this, as we think of the future of the world, but also think of moving out of the crisis, we see that there is a knock at our doors and to our conscience to rediscover the prophetic call to unity. I think it's so important for us to see how we can draw on this lived experience of Mahatma Gandhi and of Madam CHIARA LUBICH, but also to dwell deeper, to look at the way we deconstruct these voices for us, the illuminating light that they are. Also, I think in the ways that they've become our conscience keepers, whether we live well, whether we live ethically sound lives. They've also become, I think, an example, a reference point to live every day with purpose, the karma yogis as we call them in India, a constant devotion to sadhana and work. And in the process what they've become is they've become these master weavers, these sutradhars in which they bring us into a collective space in which we can aspire for a world that is better, but a world that is also united. I think the words of Chiara is very, very important today as we celebrate 100 years of our life. She said, and she again expounded for us the goal of such lives, of lives that are built on faith and on value. She said, our goal is to contribute towards the unity of all, the all-embracing vision of living unity. But you know what she also did? She challenged us to love the person in front of us, to ever be ready to love the person in front of us, and in the process be ready for realizing that big dream. Mahatma Gandhi presented that to us. He said, when one person rises, the entire humanity has a chance to rise. When one person falls, humanity falls a little more. And therefore, I think as we celebrate 100 years of Chiara, I would like all our brothers and sisters in the Focolare movement, and actually everyone who's been touched by the life and the work of CHIARA LUBICH, to see what this vision of unity holds for us today in the 21st century, to challenge oneself, to love the person in front of you, and to be able to live this unity in the way that we will back better. To everyone, I think, let this be a moment of reflection, as much a moment of rediscovery of this tremendous vision of unity.
Bene, credo che il video messaggio e la possibilità.
I think that the video message and the opportunity to thank at a distance Dr. Vino Aram enabled us to grasp not only a very high-level education, but also an interweaving between a personal testimony, a family testimony, and also the strong topicalization updating due to the fact that prophecy are a basic tool to be equipped to live today. They face terrible challenges that we have to face. So I think it was a contribution a bit out of the canons of the other contributions we heard this morning, but also as incisive as them. So I ask Anna Maria Rossi if there is more time for a debate, because it is already 1:10, so maybe our round table has taken all the time, even if it was not very round as a table, but it was good. I thank you for the excellent facilitation for a table that was not so much round, but it took up the shape of a net, as we heard this morning, and it was well represented by the image of the leaflet, as some people observed. So this net, we have to wrap it up now and gather all the suggestions that we could listen to during the morning, and we'll do it during this lunch break for those who are during the lunch break, and for those who follow us from other continents outside of Europe, maybe it is a different moment. So I thank again all those who participated, in particular Giuseppe Ferrandi, hoping to have more opportunities and meet alive with him. And we'll meet again at 3 p.m. for the final session of our meeting, when we'll continue this dialogue with different figures of the 20th century. So thank you, and we'll meet you later. 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova inglese. Paolo. 1, 2, 3, prova inglese. Ok. Bene, allora vado avanti o smetto? 1, 2, 3, prova.
Prova Martin sul canale inglese. 1, 2, 3, Martin sul canale inglese. Martin sul canale inglese. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Fai tu mi conti. Buon pomeriggio a tutti, bentornati con noi a questo convegno Oltre il Novecento, Chiara Lubich in dialogo con il nostro tempo. Siamo ormai
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. And so we are going to live this afternoon together through, we are living through history, literature, and the socio-political context in the 20th century in dialogue with Chiara Lubich. So this is quite a dense session, so I don't want to waste more time. This session will be moderated by Professor Maria Lupi. We thank her for being with us. Maria Lupi, ordinary professor of the history of Christianity and the churches at the University of Rome III, and invited professor at the Gregorian University, vice director of the Historic Review of the Church in Italy. She works especially, studies bishops and clergy of the 19th century and many other things that we'll find out
later on. So I give the floor to Professor Lupi. Thank her for coming presentially, even if it is not easy in these times to go beyond the obstacles that would be normally big, but so thank you for your invitation and the trust you renew to me after the other events in which I've taken part, invited by you. I don't want to make a long introduction. My task is especially to moderate and maybe draw some synthetic conclusion. I want to emphasize just one thing. After the dialogue at a distance of this morning with the figures of the religious world of the spirituality, today in the afternoon we'll talk about figures who are more connected to the world of politics. So they could seem more distant to us, but as we shall hear, this is not really the case. And on the other hand, as Chiara is a lay person, the word of lay people are called, and Paul VI says it clearly in Evangelii Nuntiandi, they're called to take care of the wide world of politics, economics, culture, etc. So all of these are fields for the lay faithful. And the other field is the opening that outside of the church goes to the other religious confessions, the ecumenical dialogue, in this case, the dialogue with the experience of Martin Luther King, and even outside of the religious field with politics in general in the field of Eastern Europe. And here I can think as a suggestion when Pope Francis talks about the outgoing church. I think yesterday this expression was already mentioned, so dialogue that Chiara has anticipated by going to have dialogue with the different religions and even non-religious world and politicians in general. So I immediately give the floor for the first contribution, Professor Marco Luppi, who is connected in video conference with us.
Storia moderna e contemporanea, insegna storia.
And he has a PhD in modern contemporary history. He teaches modern contemporary history at the University Center Tomás Almeida in Pernambuco, Brazil, and his activity focuses on the history of the Italian Catholic movements and the political parties. And the other interest is the Atlantic world. In this case, he will talk about Giorgio Lapira, so about this ideal comparison between Chiara Lubich and Giorgio Lapira. So we are in the field of local politics. Lapira, of course, was also a politician at national level, but he is especially remembered as the mayor of Florence. So I give you the floor. Good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me well? Yes, thank you. So thank you for this opportunity that you give me to put in dialogue two figures that will analyze in this during the short paper I will present. And they're not distant from each other. You know, already from the title, I wanted to give this title, the subtle and solid line that joins Chiara Lubich to Giorgio Lapira, so almost an oxymoron, but you will understand my contribution that it is based on evidence of the relationship that between two figures that in the 20th century have a dialogue at a distance. So why am I saying this? History is rich in interlaces built ex post, constructed ex post, starting from possible comparisons and following the important existential choices or common belonging that make look close to each other figures that are otherwise without documented evidence and direct links. The correlation between the figures of Chiara Lubich and Giorgio Lapira can be perfectly framed in this context. Giorgio and Chiara did not get to know each other except through another person who was Gino Giordani, the co-founder of the Focolare movement and also a member of the constituency of the post-war, Second World War, and member of the Christian Democracy, as also Giorgio La Pira, to whom he was connected by a mutual esteem. But these two figures have some features, common features, and my task in my short intervention is to emphasize these common features. Between the two of them. The consecration in the lay status that brought both of them to a choice of radicality, even if a private radicality in the observance of the evangelical councils, marks the research for a perfection that was not an end in itself, but in relation to a preferential relationship with God, seen as Father. And as such, the essence of God in the announcement contained within the preaching of Jesus opens up to the constant proximity with man in view of the transmission, conveyance of the most revolutionary concept that the gospel introduces, that is love, charity as the bond that joins the vertical to the horizontal dimension, the relation that breaks the fixed image created by the ancient religion, bringing the divine to live among humans. The spiritual dimension then, in Lubic as much as in La Pira, becomes one thing with the forms of incarnation that give substance to lives that, starting from the individual dimension, create organized realities, political projects, channels of dialogue between people, institutions, and different cultures. The first common element we can emphasize is the closeness to the charism of Saint Francis of Assisi and the choice of the poor as the first collaborators in the construction of a society animated by the gospel. Lubic, who was Silvia Lubic, changed her name into Chiara in homage to the Saint of Assisi, and she felt close to her out of the desire to know God, understood as a primary search for existence. And during this experience in the Third Franciscan Order, she matured the creation of the Focolare, the first community from Trent extended the ideal to the unity all over the world. Lubic herself, by meeting the Franciscan family in Assisi on October 26th of 2000, emphasized some forms of tune of commonality between her charism and St. Francis, and I list some of them: unconditional love to God, unity as a name of communitarian life, love as a bond of coexistence in consecrated communities, fraternity as a rule to propose in the framework of human relations, the search for wisdom as the light capable of imbuing all human activities and emphasizing their divine root. La Pira, who was among the first to obtain from the Pontifical Congregation for the Laity in 1928 the privilege to belong at the same time to the Dominican Third Order and to the Franciscan Third Order, was always an assiduous attender of La Verna, and he made his own some features of Francis of Assisi: a commitment for renewed humanism, fruit of the love of God for man, the commitment for universal peace as a social and political bond that enabled to La Pira to become a prophet and a peace operator in many travels and activities at service of dialogue in this work of mediation. Also in his relationship with Islam and the action of pacification for the Holy Land, La Pira always considered the spirit of the encounter between Francis and the Sultan of Egypt, Al-Malik Al-Kamil, that took place in 1219. A duty to witness a truth incarnate, embodied in the gospel, but at the same time the awareness that the perfection and holiness to which every man and every woman are called to pass through the value of the encounter and dialogue with others, especially when they are carriers of a truth, of a spirit that can collaborate with my spirit in the search for human coexistence and for a true peace for all.
So a very particular space, both for Lubich and for Lapira, was given to the topic of poverty, issue of poverty, always considered as the key concept of Franciscan spirituality. And it is in Trent, devastated by the bombs and made hungry by war, that between 1943 and 1948 became the experience of the Focolare took up important dimension. They lived on a daily basis, putting into practice the gospel, reading this book in anti-Aryan shelters, and at the beginning the element of the prepared table on which a woman for Ukraine and the poor, a woman for Ukraine and the poor were sitting. And the relationship with poverty was central in the reflection of Chiara also in the following years, especially when there will, what will come is a new economic paradigm that came through the intuition of the economy of communion, which was established in Brazil in 1991, and that provides among its main points, along with the necessary growth of the enterprise, the sharing company profits with the needy, and the training of people who can grow within the framework of the culture of giving as a form of education to the choices on which they can found their work and a contribution to society. In this very same year, that is 1991, Lubich said, differently than a consumist economy based on a culture of having, the economy of communion is the economy of giving. This can seem difficult, hard, and heroic, but it is not the case, because man made in the image of God, who is love, finds his own fulfillment in loving and in giving. This need is in the deepest of his being, believer or non-believer, in both cases. So it does exist in the depth of him. To give does not only mean to give a profit or to give something. That's not the point. It is the give that we learn from the gospel, which means to love everyone. The company lifestyle must be totally changed. Everything must be based on the gospel. Otherwise, we cannot have an economy of communion. End of quotation from Chiara. According to Lapira, poverty was a lifestyle. A long time after that, one of his great friends, another politician, Amintore Fanfani, remembered him in his way, quotation, he loved the poor and he loved the poverty for himself. How many times he did not change his dress until his friends gave him another dress that he didn't love at first because he said it was too nice. When he died, they didn't find in his small room not even a tie to put on him. End of quotation. The poor gaze through which Lapira lived his professional and political commitment is not only given by the distribution that he used to carry out of his wage to the needy that he met on the road or in the kitchens, popular kitchen, but first of all, the dignity with which he conceived his connection to the poor, the bond with the poor. The Mass of St. Procol between 1934 and 1977, when he died, united together a community made up of teachers, entrepreneurs, politicians, citizens, and poor. It represented not a gesture of charity, a sporadic gesture of charity, or an alm distributed on a weekly basis, but as Father Balducci said sometime after that, a place of verification about the validity of the most important choices, a point of observation of the world that Lapira had chosen for himself. Poverty then became a touchstone and an incentive to the social and political action. This nuance introduces very well to the second unifying aspect of these two figures I am analyzing. That is the value of politics and the central element represented by the city community. In Lapira, who came from the experience of the Constituting Assembly and from his commitment at the Ministry of Work, Italian Minister for Work, and from the annual contribution to the parliament, as our moderator said. The reflection that issue of politics and the city was reinforced starting from the daily work as mayor of Florence that characterized almost 15 years of his life. At the beginning of his social commitment, La Pira wrote, we shouldn't say the usual sentence that politics is a bad thing. No, the political commitment is a commitment of humanity and holiness, as to confirm that the most direct connection that we should construct with politics should concern excavating our deepest roots in our human structure and in the spirituality, both put at the service of common good. Lubic, who defined politics as love of all loves, all forms of love, by meaning with this that centrality that political commitment makes available in the flourishing of all human activities, did not take up any direct political task, but she was given many honorary citizenship and she had a dialogue with the politicians. She did it especially through the foundation that took place in Naples in 1996 of the Political Movement for Unity, a space of direct concretization of the ideas through which we can serve our own community, putting together members of parliament, civil servants, and simple citizens animated by a high vision of politics and interpreting political commitment as a vocation to service. In this direction, which is interdisciplinary, that I can see a common feature between the vision
del tessuto cittadino, che sintetizzerei in
vision of CHIARA, that I would summarize in 4 points. The first, the culture of the city. Every city has a specific vocation that is to be discovered and implemented. B. Second, the city is the place of plural place in which we have to keep together necessity, history, and different perspectives. 3. The city is the place of the integral fulfillment of the person, an expression that Chiara took from Jacques Maritain, but with the addition of a direct political commitment in order not to stop at a simple political and philosophical reflection, which is often fed by a pessimist vision of life, but rather nourished by a renewed personal and associational protagonism. And fourth point, the urban space is the symbol of the pact among citizens, thus making us understand that the rooting in the city, the project, orientation to project for the social problems requires a common effort and needs for the contribution of everyone. Impossible not to think to the pact between elector and elected person that Lubic proposed since the beginning to politicians as a vehicle of commitment for candidates and as a main feature for mutual control that electors promise to the leaders called to respond to about what they do, especially encouraged to build together with citizens a form of legislative planning and platforms of good practice. So the values involved in good practice and the policy scene, starting from a spirit of service, can be taken from a speech of La Pira, and I quote about the relation city-person. What can we say about the relationship between the city and the human person? It is rooted in the essential elements of the city, that is, in the temple, in the house, in the factory, in school, in hospitals, and not only. But because of this vital and permanent relationship between the city and humans, the city is the appropriate tool to go beyond all the possible crises to which history and civilizations are submitted. The crisis of our time can be defined as an uprooting of the person from the organic context of the city. This crisis cannot be solved if not through a new rooting, a deeper rooting, more organic rooting of the person into the city where the person was born and in whose history, in whose tradition they are organically integrated.
end of quotation. The meaning that a new and deep rooting of the person have in the city, can have in the city, opens to the element that could represent in my contribution the third common point of conjunction between Lapira and Lubic, that is universal brotherhood. In times in which the political paradigm was challenged on the issue of the proposal of the last encyclical that Pope Francis dedicated to the category of fraternity, of brotherhood, it is interesting to observe that in what Lapira defines as the common home, to which every member is called to consecrate themselves with responsibility, Lapira creates a citizen bond with the word brotherhood that it would be reductive to read only in a confessional key, because it is used in the lay area as a characterization of political rights. When Mayor Lapira inaugurated the new neighborhood in the little island of Florence, a residential area with a popular feature, he asked the residents to love this part of the city as an integral part of their personality, as an effective instrument of a societal life in order to make peace, friendship, and fraternity flower. Love of Lapira for his city and the sense of community that was necessary to consolidate, to enlarge and disseminate the spirit of universal brotherhood, the only tool to break the widespread of the Cold War and destroy the danger of atomic war, brought him to value the tool of city twinning, up to take up in 1967 the president of the Federation of the United Cities. In a speech he gave in Paris and Leningrad, he created the effective expression, very immediate, to join cities, to join nations, to make city converge in order to have nations converging. These were seemingly utopistic appeals for the need for dialogue and respect for the construction of human coexistence. CHIARA LUBIC, and especially after September 11th of 2001, saw brotherhood as the bond par excellence of political life, and she committed herself to disseminate what she considers as the main features of the politician for unity, a constant constructor of brotherhood. That is the political vocation that is a fruit of an act of love towards your own city and your own community. Then my political opponent is animated by the same choice, and I'm called to understand and respect his choice or her choice, and still to take the first step to eliminate the conflicts and re-establish a correct interlocution between different political proposals, and still reinforce capacity of listening to the other, especially when they carry different ideas, or to become capable of living in a spirit of reciprocity. Because, as he said in his contribution to the Helvetic Confederation speech on September the 4th, 2004, and here I quote, CHIARA LUBIC said, "This is the true authoritative politics that every country needs. Power, in fact, confers strength, but love gives real authority. This is the politics that builds, works, that will remain in time. The future generations will not be grateful to politicians for having detained power, but for the way they have managed it." End of quotation from CHIARA. These words by CHIARA and words by Lapira, that could appear to most people as naive or inachievable, that cannot be implemented, but they place themselves at the side of people of goodwill in the desire not to give room to the logical counterposition to imperialism that gets closer to polarization, but rather to forms of aggregation and multilateralism that look at the basic values of a human nature open to dialogue.
together with the pastoral care of Bergoglio. The intuition and works of CHIARA LUBICH and of the Venerable Bishop of Florence are, in my opinion, among the most luminous lights that the 20th century and the beginning of our century continue to project on the challenging darkness of the 21st century. Thank you for listening, and I give the floor to the moderator.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. This was a very complete picture which can give us many inputs, many ideas to delve deeper into the themes which you mentioned, from poverty to politics to fraternity. Unfortunately, time is at a premium, and sadly, questions cannot be asked at this time. And I need to give the floor to our second speaker, who will talk to us about Martin Luther King. This is Professor Aldo Civico, an anthropologist who deals with international conflict resolution, and who has then focused on Colombia and the recent resolution of the conflict between the government and the guerrilla of the National Liberation Army. He teaches at Columbia University in New York, and he is director of the Center for International Conflict Resolution at Columbia University. And since in '79, he encountered the spirituality of unity, and he is a member of the Center of the Political Movement for Unity, quoted earlier. He is linked up with us from New York. No, there is a video, and therefore he shall speak to us about a comparison between CHIARA LUBICH and Martin Luther King Jr., light of our times, for their and our times. I have prepared this contribution of mine during the months which have marked a new winter of democracy in the United States. The systematic and violent abuse on the part of the law and order forces has costed the life to African-American men and women, which have brought about protests throughout the country in the name of the movement Black Lives Matter. These are a painful reminder of the divisions and the social conflicts which continue to permeate American society. These are the sign that union is still not perfect in this country, that for Alexis de Tocqueville anyhow represented the most advanced example of an idea of equality in action. How could we not remember with a shiver the shocking images of a few weeks ago of the angry mob which attacked the Capitol, the temple of democracy, with the intention to subvert the legitimate result of a democratic election of a president. A fact which has deeply shaken the conscience of the great majority of American citizens, independently of their political and ideological belonging. Finally, how could we not remember that Joe Biden, during his swearing in as new president of the United States, declared that unity is the final goal of his administration. History, faith, and reason indicate a path. This is the path of unity. This is what President Biden said. In this context, the proposal of creating an imaginary dialogue between CHIARA LUBICH and Martin Luther King Jr. is something which is more than a simple intellectual exercise or reflection, and it becomes an invitation because their life, their example, their light may enlighten our spirit, suggest values, criteria, behaviors, but also the superior intention for our path as humanity towards a world with more equality, more freedom, more brotherhood, and therefore more united. This is an invitation to walk on their path, imitating the essence of their life, and for this to transform and transcend even our individual and collective identities, discovering and putting forth the experience that unity is at the same time our origin and our destiny, whereas division, fracture, and separation are illusion, non-reality. CHIARA LUBICH and Martin Luther King Jr. are a woman and a man who were born and grew up in the provinces, far from the centers of power, but who have suffered and paid for on their very skin, along with the men and women of their time, the negative, extreme, and humiliating consequences of a culture of the enemy. Their biographies develop from the deepest wounds opened up in history. They were not victims of this, but in fact, they were a sign of contradiction, able to heal these same wounds. Both are leaders who, instead of spreading salt on the wounds, try to anoint it with the balsam of agape, of charity, love par excellence, whose root is in the gospel. And it is adhering to the message and the life of Jesus that makes CHIARA LUBICH and Martin Luther King Jr., though in different ways, prophets of their times, even now. And it is during the devastation of the Second World War that CHIARA LUBICH, along with her early companions, her first companions, her friends, before the collapse of dreams and legitimate human ideals, chooses God as the only ideal of love. And this God is discovered as being love and calls everybody personally and in an immense way, a triune God who is unity, a unity which is also immanent between the creation and the relationship amongst all created things. This is why CHIARA LUBICH recognizes during the war that everything which is division, rift, hatred, violence is an echo of Jesus on the cross. My God, why have you forsaken me? This is the cry of a God who has become man and takes on his shoulders all the pains and divisions of humanity. It is a cry of abandonment, of forsakenness, which makes divine what is not God. CHIARA LUBICH writes in 1950, I wish to witness to the world that Jesus forsaken has filled every void, has enlightened every darkness, has accompanied every solitude, has annulled every pain and erased every sin. I will walk across the world seeking him out in every moment of my life. What pains me is mine. My pain is the pain of all the souls beside me. Mine is everything which is not is peace. What not is not jubilation, is not beautiful, is not lovable, is not serene, she writes in 1949, September. It's the intimacy with a God who has become forsaken, which encourages CHIARA LUBICH to love towards neighbor. This is a love which is able to be one with every pain, with every separation, in order to heal it. CHIARA LUBICH writes, this is about loving in a way that everybody who is beside us is God, and we love them. This is a love which is reciprocal and which consumes itself in unity in order then to spill over on humanity and its wounds. This is why, as well as being an expression of a personal commitment, it is necessarily also a path and a collective experience and a social body. Paradoxically, it is in that break, in that rift, in those personal and collective pains that CHIARA LUBICH recognizes the great opportunity, which is the path to generate unity. And it is this love that brings CHIARA LUBICH and her early companions to love initially during the war those who are poor, with the intention of resolving the social issues of Trent, her native town, and then over the years through the Focolare movement, this is extended until it embraces the divisions between churches and Christian communities, the great religions, but also in order to heal the deep economic divides and social divides and even political ones. Also for Martin Luther King Jr., agape is the way to heal the historical wound of racism and segregation in the United States. This is a conclusion to which the leader of the civil rights movement in the United States reaches gradually. First, at the beginning, as a witness of repeated humiliations and discriminations, such as when, at the age of 6, a white friend of his disappears from his daily life because he is forbidden to see his black friend. Well, at the beginning, young Martin is determined to hate every white person. This is the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth law. In addition, philosophical studies, especially the reading of Karl Marx, initially convince him that only the introduction of a version of socialism in the United States can resolve the issue of racial segregation. This is a confrontation attitude. He's only 18 when he decides to become a pastor, following his father's footsteps, convinced that the church may offer the best way to serve humanity. He feels within the desire to live out for a truth which is wider ranging and a larger goal. When Rosa Parks is arrested because she refuses to give up her seat on a bus to a white person and is therefore arrested, Martin Luther King Jr. declares, "My friends, there is a time when people become tired of being trodden underfoot by the steel boot of repression. And here's the boycotting of the buses on the part of black people in Montgomery following the arrest of Rosa Parks, which becomes the opportunity for Martin Luther King Jr. to convert and become a leader who discovers nonviolence, a formidable and effective tool for resistance. But nonviolence for Luther King is not just a tactic for resistance. What happens is that in him a mystic dimension opens up, which is at the root of his activism and his struggle. In his sermons, he preaches that in every human being, black or white, there is, though weak, albeit weak, natural identification with other human beings, so much so as to be able to feel that what happens to your neighbor somehow happens to you, to us as well. And Luther King will later say, "The activity of passive resistance and nonviolence is the gospel of Jesus. I have arrived, I have reached Gandhi through Jesus." And it is the awareness of this immanent equality in every human being which makes hatred and the use of violence unacceptable. Martin Luther King will write in an essay on loving one's enemy, "To our physical strength, to your physical strength, we juxtapose the strength of the soul. Do what you like with us, and we will continue to love you. Throw us in jail, and we will continue to love you. Bomb our houses, threaten our children, and we will continue to love you. Our ability to suffer will wear you down. One day we will be able to conquer freedom, but it won't only be for us. We shall appeal to your heart and to your conscience in order to win you during our path, and our victory will therefore be a twofold victory." At the center of the practice of nonviolence predicated by Martin Luther King Jr., there is the principle of love. We need to use the weapon of love, he will say when he is arrested for the first time. We need to show compassion and understanding for those who hate us. For Martin Luther King, it is about living through this agape, the highest and most transcendent love for the entirety of humanity. Agape, Luther King will say, is an overflowing love, which is purely spontaneous, without any motive, without any foundation. It is creative, and it is a disinterested love. It is the love of God operating in the heart of man. When you reach this level of love, he said once in a sermon, you will love even those who you don't like and those whose way of life you detest. You will love every man because God loves him. Well, remembering today Chiara Lubich and Martin Luther King Jr. is harking back with our heart to the topical and audacious nature of their thought and their action. It is recognizing in their life not only a spiritual path, but also a brave, cultural and political proposal for our times. It is an invitation to look to our wounded humanity with a gaze of love, compassion, understanding, in order to heal and not to wound, to unite and not to divide, to open up to others rather than to clam up, to close up into ourselves, recognizing one another, loving one another. Then everything is revolutionized. CHIARA LUBICH writes in 49 in the essay, The Resurrection of Rome, politics and art, school and religion, private life and entertainment, everything. I would like to end this contribution of mine by reading some verses of the poem which was written and spoken by the young African-American poet Amanda Gorman, who at age 22 ends the ceremony, the opening ceremony of the presidency of Joe Biden. These are verses which echo the message of CHIARA LUBICH and Martin Luther King and update it to our time. These are verses which seem to perpetuate that dialogue which is beyond time and space, with those who invite us to have the courage of being love in unity in today's wounds. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find this never-ending, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? We are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge a union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but to what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true, that even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious. Not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade. But one thing is certain. If we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it.
So thank you, Professor Civico, for your contribution and for the reading also this poem that is fully inserted among the elements that came out from your contribution can be summarized in the fact that putting love at the center is what joins the experience of CHIARA to the experience of Martin Luther King, and it is also what is expressed by the poet we heard. Unfortunately, we are already late, so we cannot, I don't have time to emphasize the important elements that came out from this paper, so I have to give the floor straight away to Professor Adriano Rucchi, who is the professor of contemporary history at the University of Rome 3, your colleagues, and so he worked in the first moment of the crisis of the liberal state in Italy, since the time of Giolitti until fascism. And then his interest was moved to the Russian history of the 20th century, and in particular, the relationship between the Soviet state and the Orthodox Russian Church, and also between Moscow, the Soviet state, and the Holy See, the Vatican State. The two books, Patriarchate of Moscow, From Lenin to Stalin, a new subject of the international politics, 1917 and 1948, and the most recent one, Stalin and the Patriarch, the Orthodox Church and Soviet power. Today he will talk to us about Mikhail Gorbachev. So let us listen to him. Thank you, chairperson, woman, and also the promoters of this meeting. I'm very glad I was invited to talk in this. My approach to this dialogue between Chiara Lubic and some personalities will be a bit different than the one made by the previous colleagues. It will not be a detailed synoptic analysis, a parallel analysis of the thought of Chiara Lubic and Mikhail Gorbachev, but it will be something a bit different. These are two figures, Chiara Lubic and Mikhail Gorbachev, in the open sea of history of the 20th century. Figures with a different profile. One, a figure of the religious history with the ambition to change the world, and the other one, a politician, not without spiritual tensions, protagonist political global processes in a historical decisive passage. So I will try to trace some guidelines on the personality and action of these Soviet leaders and seize some points of intersection with the event and the vision of Chiara. The historical judgment on the figure of Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev and the perestroika is controversial, object of scientific confrontation between scholars, but also in the public debate, with the difference in accent between with the discussions in Russia or in the context of other former Soviet countries which were part of the communist country, or in the framework of Western public opinion. Gorbachev is hard to understand. That is what said Mikhail Sergeyevich himself when he addressed his US biographer. In fact, we are in front of a complex personality and to a historical political events which is very complicated. Some people say that his political action in the guide of the Soviet Union was resolved as a failure, If his goal was to reform the system and lead the country towards a better future, the outcome was the collapse of the system and the fragmentation of the Soviet Union. No doubt that from this point of view, the action of Gorbachev was a failure. And we cannot go along the pathway that follows the articulated debate on the causes and the modality of the collapse of the Soviet Union. But we have emphasized an aspect that is important in order to understand Gorbachev and his political work, and also to grasp the points of intersection that I mentioned at the beginning of my paper. Gorbachev was a son of his own world, a product of the system, of the Soviet system, but at the same time, he represented a paradoxical contradiction of it. He self-defined, I quote, a product of the Soviet nomenclatura, and at the same time, his anti-product, its anti-product, or even its barrier, the one that will bury it. He was a convinced supporter of socialism, and he remains as such, even if the social situation changed in comparison to the one of that time. He belonged to a generation that took part in the expectation of this freezing of Khrushchev, and he belonged to a generation that after Stalinism was based on the idea of going back to Lenin and proposed the spirit of 1917 as a myth of the Lenin that was different than Stalin, and the return to the origin of socialism fed faith in the power of the revolutionary ideas and animated the search for which Gorbachev became an interpreter, the one of relaunching communism by trying to implement a socialism with a human main face. We can say that his companion during his studies in the time he studied in the University of Moscow was the one that would become then in the future the main ideologist of the spring of Prague in Czechoslovakia, Zdeněk Linar.
Il paradosso della vicenda della
The paradox of the event of perestroika was the fact that the belief in socialism with a human face that came out as an illusion made possible the self-destruction of the system, peaceful self-destruction. Idealism and romanticism of the Reformation were fed by the tradition to transform society, rooted in the communist vision of history. And they triggered this idealism, this romanticism, they triggered the process that eventually led to the collapse of the whole system. In this sense, Gorbachev is a tragic hero. He created the words that William Safon uses to conclude his biography of the last Soviet leader. Until the end, Gorbachev, as says Safon, and she had touched with hand the suffering and the hardship. In the December 1989, she proposes a reflection that is worthwhile to recall, to mention, even if it was already mentioned yesterday. Hers is not the emphasis of victory, even if she rejoiced in the recovered freedom, but it is a deep reading that grasps the challenges of the moment. She talks about a humanity that was disappointed, illuded and disappointed, and now it is in reserve. She dwells on the ideals that had attracted so many towards socialism and communism. Ideals that were then clearly contradicted in facts, but in themselves these ideals represented and still represent, according to Chiara, in many of those who are attracted by them, their identity, their main features. So those ideals, for what they have of good, they should not die. They should not die. But for these, we have to root them where they had their first origin, that is in God, in Jesus Christ. The indications went in the direction of gathering a question that could not be avoided. We know how in Eastern European countries, many in the turmoil of the present events are disoriented and deeply disappointed and depressed, because very often in good faith they believed in these ideals that they see now collapsing. And then she concludes, our idea calls us to love everyone. In this way, we will really be Christian. In this way, we'll be Focolarini, who don't want to see the world divided between winners and losers. End of quotation. It was not a common reading for those times, and it still continues not to be common even in the following years, until now. The vision of Gorbachev went in this direction, maybe with a part of excessive naivety, as we see for a lack of a written commitment not to enlarge the NATO on the eastern side, but a perspective based on world divided between winners and losers was not without consequences. At the end of 1990, the US President George Bush Sr. informed Gorbachev that the US did not want winners and losers, but they wanted the Soviet Union integrated into the new Europe. Brown observed that
trionfalistica della fine della guerra fredda. Alla radice di
what prevailed was a triumphalistic reading of the Cold War, which was at the root of many lack of balance of our world, disequilibrium of our world. But the fact of not being detaching of a reading post-Cold War divided between winners and losers, which was not easy, by the way, did not enable to answer to the deep expectation, especially in Russia and in other former Soviet countries, for a humanity that is eluded and disappointment, but in search. It is the event of many lives connected to the implementation of a great utopia, the face of an idea that shaped consciences and figures, intelligences, and lives. And in many people left a wake of nostalgia for a past that was idealized. It was a tragic, the existential tragedy on which the Nobel Prize Rixievich wrote of a generation of people who were born and lived in a country that does not exist any longer, and today lives in many states. They lived a paradoxical of a semiotic down movement of a country that represents itself as the avant-garde of humanity, the implementation of
da questo mondo sono passati a uno in cui il nuovo
this world we move on to a world where the new eschatological of yesterday became the old of today, and the ancient of the day before yesterday is now topical. This is the statute of a posthumous existence made of indeterminateness and issues which have not found an answer, but which help us to better understand the fineness of that interpretation offered by CHIARA LUBICH at the time of euphoria. Missionaries a Russian scholar, as I conclude, I'm about to conclude, who is a fine intellectual, Dmitry Furman, wrote a penetrating judgment of Gorbachev, and it's worth reporting it here. Gorbachev he was the only politician in the history of Russia who, having full power in his hands, knowingly, in the name of ideal and moral values, went towards a reduction of that power and the risk of losing it. He had other criteria of success. He played with other rules which were impossible to understand for the majority. He played in politics aligned with the rules of human morals, and we need to assess his success on the basis of these rules. According to the rules of politics, he should have stopped before it were too late, and this was what he needed to stop, was the anarchy, and there would have been no defeat. But according to his rules, he could not do this. According to his rules, this would have been a defeat. According to these rules, his defeat was in fact a victory. Andrea Riccardi defined Chiara Lubich yesterday a constructive visionary. Gorbachev, in the words of his biographer, was defined a visionary who changed his country and the world. I would define him not as a constructive visionary, but a romantic visionary. This perhaps can be the key of this meeting between Chiara Lubich and Mikhail Gorbachev in the open seas of the 20th century. Both crossed the sea as visionaries with their different characteristics in terms of human and cultural protocols, with their different historical contexts, but they were moved by the need to change the world, the ones that Clermont identified in the 80s, in those people who were able to see and to look further. Thank you.
Grazie al professor Roccucci che ha messo.
Thank you, Professor Roccucci, as you have been able to highlight those intersections, those connections, which can place these figures closer with the last statement you make regarding the fact that you define them both visionaries and the fact that they went beyond the horizons which are those of life. And they went beyond these horizons which we mentioned, and our meeting is called Beyond the 20th Century, and obviously in a time frame point of view. I think that the time for debate is not available to us because we are a little late, so we close our round table, and the floor goes to our general moderator. Thank you. So we have reached the end of this passionate, surprising navigation in this form of parallel contemporary lives somehow. And we are closing in to this almost impossible task of summarizing this meeting, which is so wealthy in inputs and impulses and very well rounded. And this was impossible, but perhaps not for Piero Coda, who I see is already linked up with us and whom we entrust the task of offering us some conclusions. Piero Coda, as everyone knows, is the full professor of Trinitary Ontology, coordinator of the Department of Theology, Philosophy and Human Sciences at the Sophia University Institute in Lopiano, which was founded by Chiara Lubich in 2008. One of her last actions, her last creations. And he was rector of Sophia between 2008 and 2020, member of the International Theological Commission, and he has accompanied us. I believe I've seen him for some time in our screens here. And I would give him the floor and thank him, because this is certainly a great contribution, a contribution of great values. Over to you. A very, very cordial welcome to the organizers of our wonderful meeting, and to the speakers as well as all attendees, and also a great thank you for the fresco, which is so vast, so diverse, which has slowly been painted before the eyes of our mind, of our hearts, by wisely sourcing and with a penetrating gaze, placing together through meditation and study a multifaceted and multi-chromatic palette. I would like to understand what the golden thread is here by taking that preposition which links us all up, and which is about our perspective for this reflection beyond the 1900s. We cannot look forward and upward beyond the 20th century, simply because we are now at open sea. This is the open sea of a new century, in fact, a new millennium, the third millennium of the Christian era. So much so that with our feet firmly rooted on the ground, we can face these new challenges which we find before us day after day. We cannot but exercise the art which is the most demanding, perhaps, but also the most necessary one, that of looking to the horizon together. At least, if not anything else, to try to understand which harbor we are aiming for, which route we should follow, and the quality of the weather we will find along the way, in order to equip ourselves as a consequence to go out to sea, as John Paul II would say, with courage and with responsibility. Yet, for this reason, in order to look beyond, as we have done in these days, we cannot not look back to the 1900s, to the short century, as it was called, which we have just left behind us. Because only in discernment of what happened in that period and what the 20th century bequeaths to us can our gaze intuit in the shadows and light of history the direction of the path which is opening up to tomorrow. What emerges, therefore, from this contradictory articulation of that century, and what stays with us, what is still with it, and what encourages us to place our hearts, our minds, and our strength beyond the obstacle, opening ourselves up to a new day. We could perhaps say this, whereas it is the end of an era with no appeal, this century in itself and in the depth of the gigantic crisis which has formed it, has placed the foundations for a new era, inviting us to discover that Pope Francis says very clearly that the time of crisis and the 20th century is the time of crisis, is a time of spirit. In a planetary travail, a cosmic travail, and certainly one which is crucial from a point of view, social, political, and environmental point of view. The root of this is spiritual and cultural. Something, quite a lot actually, has become finally obsolete. and something else has become new and urgently doable. What in that century, once and forever, became evident to the bitter end in all its unhuman charge has been basically war, which was taken to its extreme consequences as bellum omnium contra omnes. That is to say that we systematically saw the totalitarian affirmation of identity quashing otherness until it reaches annihilation. This war, unarmed war, as Igino Giordani says in the Italian parliament following World War II, is brotherly murder. And it is a deicide. It is the assassination of God, because Giordani says it kills his likeness. And this is, it is the assassination of God and of brother, and therefore it is a suicide of humanity ultimately. But for the simple reason that in the 20th century we were forced to qualify as world wars, the wars which bloodied and wounded the body of humanity with a consequent danger of planetary destruction created by nuclear weapons, as we were reminded with the continuous and pernicious reawakening, even today, of a third world war in installments, as Pope Francis says, and faced with an ecological disaster. We have never felt like before the project of eliminating those who are different. And that determination, which has today been topped off by a technocracy in order for everybody to become anonymous and uniform, all this, I was saying, has crudely and abruptly whipped our consciences, and it has molded them in the breath of the Spirit to a resolute engagement to build peace in justice and fraternity, and has developed a clear taste for encounter and exchange of gifts between people and peoples in freedom and diversity. How many enlightened spirit and determined spirit, and among them we have seen this, how many women, as never before, with such a great spiritual and thought impact, civil thought and political action thought. How many, I was saying, have prophetically indicated throughout the 20th century the ideal and practical pathways for this conversion of speed. And many other men and women could be recalled, as well as those which were presented these days in all geopolitical and socio-cultural, as well as spiritual, religious latitudes. Well, in this extraordinary and enthusiastic choir of accents and voices, we could say, using musical language, that the 20th century started from a pianissimo in order to grow over the years and to multiply in terms of arrangement and resonance. Well, in all this, Chiara, with her witness, with her thought, with her action, she brings the contribution of a specific and precious note. We have seen this from a range of standpoints, but better still, we should say that in Chiara and is the gospel of Jesus Christ, and this gospel through her in an unarmed openness to the breath of the Spirit, sounds new in this deciding kairos, the gospel of yesterday, of today, of always, full of prophecy, full of vision, full of transforming energy, in deep, though unwitting symphony with those elements of renewal which throughout the 1900s have visited the churches, and for the Catholic Church were channeled into Vatican II in order to take on more and more a breadth of universal efficacy, as is part of the DNA of Catholicism, from Populorum Progressio Paul VI to Fratelli Tutti by Pope Francis. This witnesses how irreversible in history the part that of religions and all cultures open to truth towards fraternity. Chiara is inwardly piloted by the Spirit in the passionate discernment of the voice of God speaking in the signs of the times, and if the cry of pain which emerges from the body and the soul of humanity and creation, Chiara understands and picks from the gospel of Christ one word, which somehow is a compendium of the gospel. It launches it as leaven in the mass for spiritual transformation and historical transformation in today. Ut unum sint. John 17:21. This is a word, as the new gospel says, which is living, effective, and more cutting than a double-edged sword, which penetrates till the point of division of soul and spirit, to the joints and the inner guts, and it discerns the sentiments and the thoughts of the heart. This is the way, as a grace and as a double-edged sword, penetrating and discerning in conscience and the ways of acting these projects and these thoughts. In this way, the evangelical word ut unum sint resounds in the 19th century in the soul of Chiara, and as an echo, it gives immense resonance, and it goes beyond, and it opens up to what we are living. And all this has emerged in many of the items we heard these days, but this unity, this ut unum sint, because it is evangelical, is unity in freedom. It is unity in diversity. Evangelically, it is unity of and from and in Trinity. It is the unity which produces itself when we go towards one another in love. It is received and welcomed. It is gifted and received again. Unity which, along with others, is rediscovered, and it makes us surprised and grateful and new in an unheard of experience of inclusive, creative, open conviviality, starting from this is very clear in the conscience of the 20th century, and is reflected in Chiara's conscience, starting from, and if this were not a fact, everything would be false and ineffective. It starts from those who, for whatever reason and in whatever way, are marginalized and excluded from the feast of the communion of difference and freedom. So what happens? From the point of view of the Christian tradition and the history of humanity, what happens is the theological truth of God, who is triune love, is it emerges from the ivory tower which has preserved it throughout the centuries, and thrown way beyond the 20th century in our history as the radiating and pulsating heart of history itself, in order to express the wholeness of the effectiveness of the gospel of Jesus from a social and anthropological standpoint. Trinitization, Chiara says, creating an item of lexicon which is as incisive as it is unforecastable. Yet it hits the mark from a social and descriptive point of view. An input and a performance of links, of relationships, of meetings, encounters, the dreams of humanity and the destiny of creation. This is what Chiara says to us. This is our ideal. These are the sons and daughters of the same Father. This is what the prophets and the witnesses of all Christian traditions state, not only in the 20th century. This is our social program. Pope Francis highlights, following the furrow of the principle of communion of Vatican II, this is the principle of new mysticism of this new time, the mysticism of the us. Chiara writes, or rather exclaims in gratitude in a well-known page which summarizes her charism well. She writes, unity is a divine word. If at a certain point it were pronounced by the Almighty, and this is what she certainly feels in her soul, and men were able to enact this in its most various applications, we would see the world suddenly stopping in its general drift, as though in a movie, and start anew the race of life in the opposing direction. We would suddenly see heaven descend on earth and the harmony of creation becoming a framework for the harmony of hearts. We would see, this is a dream. It seems a dream, yet you, Chiara says, Jesus, have asked us no less when you prayed, thy will be done as on earth, so it is in heaven. So it seems a dream, but for Chiara, this is not just a dream, because in Jesus, and this is simple gospel, what was only a cry and a prophetic proclamation in the history of humanity has now become reality. The Son of God has become Son of Man, becoming one, as Vatican II says, with the flesh of every man and every woman, in him who from the heavens where God lives has descended into the womb of humanity in order to collect, to gather in him, abandoned, forsaken on the wood of the cross, the search for the cry of every flesh, of every creature populating the universe. The God of Chiara is this. It's the 1900s of nihilism, the death of God, the death of man. The God of Chiara, this is the God of Chiara, Jesus forsaken. He is the God of unity, who is Trinity. He is the God of our time, who launched his cry from his mouth and from the soul of many, of too many, to the heart of the 1900s and beyond today. This cry continues. Too many. One is one too many. Who and what remains outside of this proximity and tenderness embrace, and the Son of God, who was the least, the lesser, the smallest, the one which was discarded, so that even sin and he was treated as sin and as a bad omen, so that everybody, excluding no one, may recognize and be reborn as children everywhere, reached in the regenerating gaze of the Father. It is in the cry of the forsaken one that Chiara intuits somehow, linking up the light of the gospel with her soul and with her work, the vertical axis of unity and the horizontal axis of the passion and suffering of humanity. It is in this cross that Chiara understands the secret according to which, and in line with the times of God, the ut unum sint, that sentence she writes in 49, and which perhaps I would say, perhaps with a little partisan spirit, I would say, is the most poignant sentence of the mysticism of this century. Jesus forsaken, the pupil of the eye with which God looks at the world and we look to God and to others, the pupil whence light and a new praxis of unity stem from. In this way, the gospel today, beyond the 19th century, becomes a history of fraternity, as all great witnesses and actors of this century have told us. By freeing, and this is essential for Christian faith, this is sailing close to the wind for our Christian faith. I would say with Simone Weil that this limit needs to be overcome, freeing up the witness and the proclamation of the gospel from the ever-present temptation of self-referential, self-affirmation and proselytist temptation. As stated this year by Lauro Disi, the Archbishop of Trent, in the God of Chiara the Forsaken, there is Archimedes' lever to overturn the narration of the gospel and make it understandable to today's men and women, as Ecclesiam Suam had tried to do in the council, and as Pope Francis asked in Evangelii Gaudium and Laudato Si, because that forsaken Jesus is the God of the gratuitous gift and of a rediscovery of others, the other who had been annihilated in the tragic events of that century. The unity of Jesus is, for Chiara, the one which is inscribed in the language of freedom, of sharing on diversity and of harmony. It begins to be history, thought and lived out culture in the 1900s. Why? Because, as Pope Francis says, Jesus has redeemed not only individuals, but also social relations in a dissemination of the leaven of fraternity in every part of the world and in every context of life. A cultural revolution, true cultural revolution of our time. As I close, I would add that from this legacy that the beating heart of that century has left us, and that Chiara has incarnate and lived out to the full, we receive a message. We need to rethink and regenerate a thought which is life, gift, sharing with and for others. We need to generate. And this is the legacy that the 20th century leaves us. And it takes on shape also thanks to Chiara's charism, an elevated model. It's not about managing a new world. It's about generating it together. Today, as happened in the fullness of time, there is this significant dimension of Chiara's vision and her witness, emphasis which harks back to Mary, Theotokos, the generator of God. When God sent his Son, he did so that he were generated, as Paul to the Galatians says, ek gynaikos, of a woman. And so this could be the firstborn among many brothers. Massimo Cacciari, in his wonderful Generating God, writes that God became incarnate forever in the Son from the womb of a woman. And if he were ever reborn, it is from her, from this woman, that he can do so. And if he rises again, he will rise in himself only. This is the grace and the hope that Chiara invites us to make our own and to incarnate it in history today, together, wherever, and in any case. As we heard from the poem that Professor Civico reminded us of, with that freshness of those who are young and already see and live out a new world, it is in this way we can raise our gaze, not to look for what divides us, but to capture what we have in front of us together beyond the 20th century. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Piero Coda. As usual, I can say he offered us even today an analysis and a summary that is very fruitful. So I can say on behalf of everyone that we welcome your invitation, we accept your invitation to go to high waters with roots that are not without memory, but with our heart open to wide horizons, and being ready with Chiara to go to far horizons in order to regenerate a new world. And with this conclusion, which opens up instead of closing, we can say goodbye. We thank heartfully the hospitality of the Italian National Library of Rome that made this meeting possible and turned it into an open door to many who took part in it, both physically and through the streaming, live streaming. We had different input and different several feedback that we received from all over the world, and also for making possible this global connection. Let me thank with my heart also the technicians, the technical directions. I had two technical directions in two different points that really made miracles in order to make possible this opening to the world. The interpreters, otherwise we wouldn't be able to understand with this gift of languages that is given to us, the CHIARA LUBICH Center and all the partners that accompany this event. So I say goodbye. I don't know if you want to add something. We thank the speakers, of course, who are at my side in this moment, and the others who gave a contribution during the meeting. Thank you.